away. Good line two, coin toss, probably a half a stride slow off the inside. He'll head to the back of the field here. Illustrious out fast with General Command. These two have broken off by 4 lengths. To Limbs Kosciuszko in third, the outside of Count of Monte Cristo. Coin toss comes up the rail into second last, and last of all was the stayer in Saturno Spring. Illustrious continues to rattle on here at a good clip, down past the 550, leads now by half a length on General Command. They've got 8 lengths now on Limbs Kosciuszko, who leads the second division. Count of Monte Cristo fourth on the inside of him and sticking to the fence. Working his way through now is Coin Toss, who comes up into third position, and dropping off there along last at the moment is Saturno Spring. They've run this very well here past the 175. Illustrious just leads here. General Command in second. Not really touched at the moment here by Manuel Nunez, but General Command levels up to the outside of Illustrious. Illustrious will just hold. Illustrious ahead, beats home General Command. They crossed over pretty tightly there for third, fourth and fifth. Limbs Kosciuszko the outside of Count of Monte Cristo and Coin Toss, and Saturno Spring, the stayer, he couldn't keep up with the very fast tempo in trial 2. A little bit antsy on the inside there was Maxima, just wanted to rear and now lunges at the gates, getting a little bit rowdy there on the inside. They set Maxima, he threw the head up in the air there. He stayed on with them, but it was a little bit ordinary there early. Heading to the front though, Pacific General is going to take up the lead from Maxima, who still sticks on the inside to be settling down into second, the inside of Mays. Fourth, and in the middle of the pack there was Limbs Wish. Working around him, Smart One. The rail was Siam Warrior. And second last and last was Kick. Up in front, Pacific General. Under CC Wong here, hits the 400-metre peg in his own trial at the moment. Out clear by 6 lengths. The outside Smart One coming up into second here at the moment. Just wanting to hang in a little bit here. Also working into it, Mays. The inside sticking on was Maxima, and just getting crowded there for a run at this point in time with Smart One all over the shop here. Siam Warrior got cut off for a run. Well, Pacific General's dropped back through the field to run 6th in the end. Maxima's going to take it out from Smart One. Running on well, Kick into third from Siam Warrior. Mays was 5th. Pacific General has run 6th, and following them there in the run was Limbs Wish, who crossed over last with Pacific Master. Smart One has caused a bit of concern there in the final stages of that trial, and quite a few probably didn't get the run they wanted. Blindfolds removed, we're away. Jumping well off the middle of the line, forward as well. The inside Fountain of Fame finds a forward position. And up there in that first 3 as well is Silver Warrior. The 3-year-old got away well. Galib was next, followed by Night Love. The rail on the inside was Thunder, now being passed by Galib. My apologies, working through there was Limbs Sinai. Up in front, Teardrops leads the way now from Limbs Sinai in second, the inside Fountain of Fame. Silver Warrior still only spots the lead about 2 or 3 lengths. They're fanning around the turn here, out deeper on the track, Night Love. The widest was Galib, and out the back now was Thunder. He'd be about 2 or 3 lengths detached from second last. Up in front, it is Teardrops. The mare retakes the lead here from Fountain of Fame, who is being worked along here as well. Galib's been wide, but sticks on to run into the minor placings here with Silver Warrior. Teardrops will take it out. Teardrops by 3. Beats home Galib. Nice trial from him. Silver Warrior handy. Fountain of Fame knuckled up to run 4th. Running on from the back, Thunder's found himself into 5th from Night Love. Dropping out to run last there was Limbs Sinai.
With the support of Singapore Pools, we were able to add more than 20 locations in our distribution efforts, making it easier and more convenient for our residents. The volunteers were tirelessly manning the booths while also responding to queries from residents on the mouth gargles use and effectiveness against germs, and guiding them through questions on registration and collection. The time and energy that they gave are certainly for a good cause, and I hope that they do find their experience meaningful.
One of the interesting encounters we faced was actually elderly residents are not very tech savvy.
That's why we are here for to help the residents to do their registration via their mobile phone.
This is my first time volunteering for such event, so I think it's a great opportunity for me to actually work together with external organizations like Singapore Pools, so that we can work together and make new friends.
To the community has always been part of the Pool DNA. I'm glad to see that many of our colleagues have brought together their family members and friends as well, proving once again that
Far side is number 7, the Chevy. Long story short, Coldicken number 10 dashes by. Champanel number 11, Rachel Denica. And just look at number 12. The Gauls really moving well on the way down to the gate. Ataniwe Mgutwa, that's the anti-posed money horse. There's been plenty of talk about number 12, King of the Gauls, and apparently the horses and the work that this individual is putting up back home, if not green, we could see a racehorse today. Bimonesque, number 9, Sean Veal, the pilot. Obviously always difficult with first-timers. I believe this horse has been here to gallop before, number 12, King of the Gauls. Good and welcome to all joining us at Hollywood Bet Scottsville. Real warm day today. It's around 30 degrees, clear skies with a 12-kilometer northeasterly crosswind. There's been no rainfall the last 7 days. Irrigation the last 24 hours, nil. The last 7 days, 12 mils. 22 is the average penetrometer reading. Track condition, good. The false rail is set 7.5 meters from the inside running rail. These are the runners and riders on the stand side track as we go down to the team.
Thanks so much, Sheldon. Wow. Let's talk about these horses with approximately 6 minutes to get your bets on. And I say it again. Wow. Let's start with number 12. King of the Gauls. In my opinion, he went down to post the best. Again, it's just merely my opinion. He's got a lovely action. He's got a bit of a rolling action, if that's the right word to use. He's stretched nicely. He just looks a magnificent individual. There he is in the middle of your screen with the Dunford colours of Robert Bloomberg. He races this in partnership with Mary Liley, so it's the orange with the blue. He's on his toes. His ears are pricked, as you heard from Sheldon, that he's been here before. Tony says he's put up some phenomenal work. He's expecting a massive run. Hard to say in this type of field that's all of a sudden become quite alive to say that he's a good thing, etc., etc. It's 1,000 meters. You've got to jump on terms. You don't want to be too green. Things can happen in the race. But my, oh my, and of what I've seen going to post and what I've seen in the parade ring, they might have to go some to beat him.
It's obviously quite hard to assess, Warren, when you have a number of first-timers that line up and go to post, and sort of the betting guide is always the best way to judge it. And the early support was for King of the Gauls. No other first-timer really found any support that is noteworthy, so therefore you would tend to believe that number 12, King of the Gauls, could just be the right one out of all of them. But arriving on course, you hear a few different things. You hear this horse can run, so can that horse, and it tends to judge your cloud your judgment. And well, it could potentially be a hot maiden in the making if we have a look at it. I mean, King of the Gauls really moved down to the start quite nicely. The comments from the yard is very upbeat, but so is the comments regarding number 3, Sovereign State, who's a 3-year-old son of Vision. And just to reiterate what Frank did mention, he's done everything right to date. He hasn't lost a gallop. He's a nice horse, and he's expecting a forward performance from this horse today. Obviously, he doesn't know how good the field is, but he's hopeful that this horse can put in a nice run and get involved. 14 round the win, 4 and 40 for place.
He went to post very nicely. A little bit green, expected to be a little green. Went down looking around, but he looks a lovely, lovely colt, does Sovereign State. So does Bimonesque, the Rafif colt, white, but did enough for us to have a good look at him, and he looks like a top quality colt in the making too.
Yes, he does, and this horse is related to Aravadicho, who Mike de Kock also trains, and Aravadicho did win at Hollywood Bet Scottsville over 1,200 meters, and it's going to be interesting to see how this horse does go. There's a few whispers about him that he can run 6 rand 50, 2 rand 80. He's respected in the betting market, and as you mentioned, he moved down to the start fairly nicely, so it's going to be interesting to see how he does shape up on debut.
Okay, there's only 3 minutes left and we want to hand up to Sheldon just now, but obviously horses like Star Performer, now we've spoken about the unraced horses. Star Performer, you've explained what the injury was. Good debut, the form line sparked up nicely. Obviously a horse that's got a chance, Star Performer. Bomber Stream and Sugar Blast, 1 and 4 are my lurkers for the 4th place in the quartet. And there was one other, Champanel, of course, who's going about it the right way and would certainly have a chance. Are you happy with the way I've covered the other raced runners? Because I'm going to ask you next for your selection or for how you're going to play it, and in what's actually turning out to be an exciting race that we wait for.
It is going to be an exciting race, and I think you want to include quite a few horses. In terms of the first leg of the bipod, I'd throw in numbers 2, 3, number 12, King of the Gauls, number 9, Pivonesque, and horse number 11, Champanel. So that's 2, 3, 7, 9, 11.
Okay, 2, 3, 7, 9, and 11 for Raheel. His numbers for bipods. My selection for the race, I'm going to go with King of the Gauls, the son of Vercingetorix, just on what I've seen. 380, 160 now as we inch closer to race time. 12 King of the Gauls to win it, and maybe some exactors with Star Performer, Sovereign State, Bemonesque, and Bomber Stream, and Sugar Blast for swingers. But let's see how it unfolds. Less than 2 minutes to go. It's, as I said, at first glance of the book, it looked like it could be a not such an exciting race, but as we've come closer to race time, money's come, talks come for certain horses. I'm sure it's going to be a thriller, or maybe not, because as Sheldon said, if things go right for King of the Gauls, we may be into a treat. Let's go up to Sheldon for the first call.
Coughing, number 6, Top of the Mountain, scratched at the start, found to be coughing. Reminder to patrons, race 2 has been cancelled. The field will apply for the bipot and place accumulator. So the exotics, race number 2, as it has been cancelled, the field will apply for the bipot and place accumulator. So race number 1 is due for 13:20. Interesting first race. Sugar Blast moved in. Sovereign State. Champanel. Bemonesque, Ubasika, T-Rex to come up, King of the Gauls, Storgate number 12. Quite a lot of talk about this individual. Bomber Stream's up, T-Rex. They sprinting away from the 1,000 metre marker. King of the Gauls on the grandstand side with long lengthy strides, looking to tack over to the centre of the course. Bomber Stream is quick, Sugar Blast towards the inside. The Shepherds down the middle, T-Rex. At this stage, Star Performer tucked up towards the inside, about 2.5 lengths off them. Champanel's on the outside. Bemonesque is further back in the running. Coming to the 400 metre marker now, Star Performer starts to move up towards the inside. Bomber Stream still the leader. King of the Gauls is towards the outside. The Shepherd. Bemonesque is running a big race on the outside. King of the Gauls, and here's Bemonesque on the outside. King of the Gauls, but Bemonesque is now sweeping into the lead the last 100. Star Performers on the inside. Sovereign State's taking off, an absolute cliffhanger. Here it comes. Sovereign State got them all. Star Performer, Bemonesque, and in came King of the Gauls. The race changed dramatically inside the last 250. Well, Be Monesque went right by, then Star Performer came back, but look at Sovereign State, absolutely eating up the ground. Frank Robinson, the Visionaire, Robert Carty, and look at this individual, sprouting wings the last 150, will win about a half a length decision. Number 3, Sovereign State beats 2. Number 9, Be Monesque moved up a winner, took on King of the Gauls, who travelled well to a point. So here you'll see Star Performer on the inside. Look where Sovereign State is, still about 5-6 lengths off. King of the Gauls towards the outside. Sean Veal was very confident on Be Monesque, and Be Monesque breezed on by at the 200, then Star Performer, but look right. Number 3, Sovereign State becomes electrified, and you heard from the stable, this is definitely a horse that's got the ability with a host of others, and I think this is a form line that we can follow in the time to come. But this is simply out of the top draw. Number 3, Sovereign State comes blasting through as we go back to the studio.
Well, we firmly believe that the form line of this race could spark up beautifully, because the first 4 or 5, maybe even 6, and a few horses behind that finished in this race look to be top quality individuals, and take nothing away from the horse that's won here, Sovereign State. He too looks like a top quality individual. It's a very special moment actually, because Sid Mudley and his family, Mesha and Chevet, have been involved in horse racing for a very long time, and supported Frank Robinson in a big way. They've had a couple of places along the way, but this is their first winner as owners, and the joy and the celebration in the winner's box is quite infectious. We'll talk more to Frank about that in a moment. But Sifiso Jali is the groom of Sovereign State, and Sifiso Jali gets 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywood Bets and Gold Circle. Well done, Sifiso. Congratulations. Thank you. Frank, let's chat to Robert first, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Robert, these are very, very familiar, I say familiar colours. They're very lovely colours to look at. And you'll be the gentleman that's hung up on the wall in the Mudley household forever, because you've given them their first winner. And they love their horses, and you've done a good job here. Well done.
Thank you so much, Warren. It's just, funny enough, it's a long story, but I'll try and cut it short. I was working around the 10 one day, and Frank was coming to work his couple of babies, and he said to me, "Hey, don't you want to sit on the horse for me and just feel it and tell me what you think of the horse?" Funny enough, I came there, I said, "Geez, this will win for some art." and obviously he galloped, and he's a lovely horse, and then he said to me, "Hey, you're riding that horse that you galloped about a month ago." I said, "Is it?" So I was a bit also in a nervous moment. Just well done to Frank. Well done to Mr. Moodley and to his family. It's nice to ride a first winner for them, and just hopefully I can just ride many more for them.
Horse wasn't the best out the pens, but 300 odd out from home, you were also in a hopeless position. But my oh my, when you switched out and asked him to run, he did more than run. He took off.
Yes, they let him very early. He fell asleep, and I've ridden a lot of horses, but I've probably never ridden a horse that jumped so slow over 1,000 meters there and still win a race. This is just impressive win. Just well done to the whole team again.
Before you go, it's a long time because we've got to talk to the owners as well, but your next best?
I think it's just about it for today. Just the race is just we're just hoping. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much.
There we go, and of course to Robert's sponsors as well. Well done to them. Frankie, we chatted to you. I think it was Raheel that chatted to you, and you said he hasn't lost a gallop, and it's obviously a competitive race. And looking at the finish and looking at the way the race changed to complexion in the closing stages, there's some nice horses here, but yours could be the nicest.
Look, he's always showed me very, very good work, but you're working against your own horses, so you don't how to compare them. Tony's also a lovely horse, Garth's a lovely horse, so it was a tough race, but I thought we'd run well. But funny enough, as the gates opened, he must have got left 5 lengths. And I thought, oh shit, now we're going to make it up from there. And he made up, and he won going away Naser. Going to be a top horse. Funny enough, we picked him out way before the sale. Sid and myself, I showed Sid in a picture, and I said, Sid, this is one horse we're going to buy. And I saw Glenn Cotton at the sales. He said he liked him as well. I thought, oh shit, we're going to pay like 300 grand or something. He went for 80 grand, was it?
Mesha and Chevet, the family, Sid's family, Sid Mudley, supported you and supported the industry in a big way, and this is his first win. They're always at the track, they're always at Summerveld. This is what we need.
Yeah, geez, Sid has changed my life. I mean, he's bought me 30 horses in the last year, babies. This was the very first one to run. The rest, I gave him shares in those old horses just so he could have interest, but this is the first one to run, and there's a lot better than him, I think. So I'm happy for Sid. He's put his money down, he's changed my life, so well done to him.
Well done. I'm looking forward to this interview with Sid.
Thank you.
Sid, come through. For the very first time, and hopefully the first time of many. And I know that the team don't want to talk, but they don't have to. But for photographic purposes, bring them in, let them come and stand with you. Come and stand, Mesha. Come and stand with Sid, and you don't have to talk. We'll talk to Sid. But for photographic purposes, this is very special. Bring the young man too as well. Come and join into the interview. Now,
thanks for it.
What was going through your mind with 300 to go?
I didn't really think he even had a chance at 300 to go, but I know his work and back home, and we have a lot of faith in this horse, and he has an awesome finish.
Frank's been good to you, and you've been good to Frank.
Well, Frank is always good. Yeah, he's a very, very good trainer, and it's only my pleasure to also support him. He's also been a professional in the game. And yeah, he does a lot with the horses. He puts in a lot of work. And also thank you to all the boys back home. And I know because I'm once a week there, and I know all the work that goes into the horses and getting them prepared for the race. And yeah, so I must say thank you to him. And yeah, I look forward to a lot more good fortune and success in the future.
Sid, it's just been an absolute pleasure. We'd love to talk all day, but maybe we'll get you onto our podcast one of the days, because you've seen us at the podcast at the Summerfeld Clubhouse. We'd love to have you on it soon.
Yeah, it'll be a pleasure. I'll get Mesha to do that. She's in charge of that.
Well done to the whole family. Hearty congratulations. That's Sid Mudley, and of course Mesha and Chevy. They're here. First time owners, first winner. Isn't it a beautiful thing?
They sprinting away from the 1,000 meter marker. King of the Gauls on the grandstand side with long lengthy strides, looking to tack over to the center of the course. Bomber Streamers quick, Sugar Blast towards the inside. The Shepherds down the middle, T-Rex. At this stage, Star Performer tucked up towards the inside, about 2.5 lengths off them. Champanel's on the outside. Bemonesca's further back in the running. Coming to the 400 meter marker now, Star Performer starts to move up towards the inside. Bomber Stream still the leader. King of the Gauls is towards the outside. The Shepherd. Bemonesca's running a big race on the outside. King of the Gauls, and here's Bemonesca on the outside. King of the Gauls, but Bemonesca's now sweeping into the lead the last 100. Star Performers on the inside. Sovereign State's taking off, an absolute cliffhanger. Here it comes. Sovereign State got them all. Star Performer, Bemonesca, and in came King of the Gauls. The race changed dramatically inside the last 250. Well, Bemonesque went right by, then Star Performer came back, but look at Sovereign State, absolutely eating up the ground. Frank Robinson, the Visionaire, Robert Carty, and look at this individual, sprouting wings the last 150, will win about a half a length decision. Number 3, Sovereign State beats 2. Number 9, Bemonesque moved up a winner, took on King of the Gauls, who travelled well to a point. So here you'll see Star Performer on the inside. Look where Sovereign State is, still about 5-6 lengths off. King of the Gauls towards the outside. Sean Veal was very confident on Bemonesque, and Bemonesque breezed on by at the 200. Then Star Performer, but look right. Number 3, Sovereign State becomes electrified, and you heard from the stable, this is definitely a horse that's got the ability with a host of others, and I think this is a form line that we can follow in the time to come. But this is simply out of the top draw. Number 3, Sovereign State comes blasting through as we go back to the studio.
Race 3 on the card, the first leg of the pick 6. It's a maiden plate for fillies and mares over 1,000 metres. The race goes at 5 minutes to 2 at the time of recording, which is of course on Saturday morning ahead of the Sunday race meeting at Hollywood Bet Scottsville. There are no changes to report. We'll go through the betting in a moment, but first of all, let's hear from Garth Puller and Michael Roberts, and we have a rerun of number 9 Jane's Vision when running second on the 9th of July.
Phoenix, Full of Magic still goes. Jane's Vision, Sea of Tears down the inside, Willow Creek, but Full of Magic from Jane's Vision over the 200 metre marker, and Full of Magic by a length and a quarter. Jane's Vision tries to close it down, but Full of Magic still goes, and Full of Magic will win it. Jane's Vision second, Keon's Pride third, maybe Fire Phoenix ran fourth.
Foreign Lady also, she's started back again. She also got a virus and set her back. We don't quite know the distance for her. I think she's going to need it, and she might just need a bit further.
small but very game. I think she's probably my best runner on the day, and I think she'll run a big race.
Well, we also think it's Michael Roberts' best runner on the day. In fact, we think that number 9, Jane's Vision, the 3 horses in the bipod in the previous leg, so I'm certainly bankering number 9, Jane's Vision. But you believe we can banker in the opening leg of the pick 6 as well. The only 2 runners that would worry me is number 4, Maggie Smith. I know she hasn't raced in September and she could need the run, but she clearly showed a lot of ability on her debut, which was at Hollywood Bet Scottsville over this track and trip. And then Kian's Pride, but he should be safely held by Jane's Vision on the meeting on the 9th of July. We saw that video clip, and Kian's Pride was quite a few lengths behind Jane's Vision. So we're rowing in with Jane's Vision. Dees is a very confident first choice.
I agree with you, Graham, and you mentioned that form line behind Full of Magic. Well, there's 5 runners in 5, 7, 10, 11 and 12 that all look to be held by number 9's Jane's Vision. The one slight concern I have, Graham, is that when I pull out the form lines of this filly's last 2 starts, they haven't been winners. They've been horses that have come out to place, but then you have a look at the balance of the field, and they all seem to be coming from form lines that haven't held up. So it's not the strongest maiden field that is assembled here for race number 3. And therefore, I'm just going on a straight line that she's beaten those 5 runners on a last start behind Full of Magic. The only unknown in the race, which I agree with you, is number 4, Maggie Smith. And if the guys are looking for cover, she's been off for 11 months. The stable comment is might just need the run. But if I had to single out one more horse to include in the pick 6, it will only be that filly, because she is the unknown. And she's been off for a long, long time. But she could come out fresh. But in the pick 6 I'll be playing, I'll be bankering number 9 in the Barport PA and the pick 6, taking a chance here, and hopefully that form does hold up as it shows in black and white.
It should hold up. The only reason I'm prepared to give Kian's Pride another look is the fact that the daughter of Horizons had a run in between, so she showed a little bit more improvement. But there was also not a strong race when she ran second behind Sprigati. But Kian's Pride has had another run since, so that might bring them closer together. That the fact that she's continuing to improve, but. There we go. First leg of the pick 6, both Dees and I firmly in the camp of number 9, Jane's Vision. Certainly a bipod place accumulator banker for Dees, pick 6 banker as well. If you're not inclined to take a chance with Jane's Vision, then we suggest you include 4, Maggie Smith, and give some consideration to number 11.
We're moving along to race number 3, which is a start off the pick 6, 1,000 meters. The trip 13:55 is the off time, and race number 3, horses in the ring. Here's number 3, Electric Green. Wayo Marwin trains. Marco van Rensburg is set to ride this 3-year-old daughter of Give Me the Green Light, who's had one start to date over 1,200 meters when running 6th, beaten 9 lengths behind Princess Arlo, and can definitely improve on that effort. The pacifiers go on today. And she's a horse that I think you can throw into trifectas and quartets in this type of contest here. Number 3, Electric Green. She could certainly be a bit more wiser at the second time of asking.
Here's number 2, What Now, My Gal, for Harold Crawford and Michelle Ricks. Lovely that Michelle is still with us from the Cape, and she's got this What a Winter filly out of a key Danzig mare called What a Gal, owned by a handful of owners, Messrs. Lashalls, Ward, Shaw and Tixera. Billy Jacobson, the pilot. And a filly that you can't help but get the feeling that she's going to run another good race. Her last 2 starts have been positive. She is having her 11th bite at the cherry, so she certainly shows speed, she shows pace, and those last 2 runs were at Hollywood Bet's Gravel on the Poly. she tries this course for the very first time, and it could be right up her alley. What now, my girl? I give her a chance. I give her a solid chance. What now, my girl? Gal, and she surely will earn a gain for the owners. Hello.
Here's horse, going to move along to horse number 12. And number 12 is A Time to Dance. Gary Rich trains this individual that is a foil daughter of Time Thief. Happy, an apprentice rides this one. Takes the 4 kgs off the back. B Plotkeys. And this horse, Time to Dance, last time out she would have needed that run, I'm sure. 10th behind Full of Magic. She can improve. Her penultimate start was a fair run, although that was a terribly weak piece of form. But she's one that could maybe just sneak into those quartet positions at a big price. Number 12, A Time to Dance. Here's horse number 5, Rock My Heart, foil daughter of Willow Magic. Trent Mayhew rides, and I'm sure he's beaming with confidence after his first winner just last week. 3 runs to date for this daughter of Willow Magic. She's run over 1,000 meters twice and over 1,400 meters once. She's going to need to improve on what she has shown to date. Next up, horse number 9, which is Jane's Vision. Michael Roberts, Rachel Venica team up with this 3-year-old daughter of Visionaire. That's had 4 starts to date, and she's getting better with each run. She ran second last time out behind Full of Magic. She just found 1 too good on the day, and she's bumped the right type of field to get the job done. She's obviously a horse that will maybe even go 1,200 meters, which could just suit her, but today I think that the race could actually work out nicely for this individual, and I can see her running a huge race, and she is the horse that they all have to beat. Horse number 1, Witchwood from the Teeny Princely Yard. 2 runs to date, 10th on debut and then 8th last time out behind Sprigati. This horse 4 kgs off the back today. She's going to need to improve. Last time out running second last, not beaten far, but didn't really show much on that occasion. And she's a horse that goes over 1,000 meters once again. Did show a bit of pace, but let's see how she does go with the 4 kgs off the back plus the blinkers on. She could certainly be right up there in the vanguard in the early stages of the race. Horse number 1. Here's number 7, Fire Phoenix from the Gary Rich Yard. She's a foil daughter of Divine Jet. Cole Dickon rides 5.5 lengths behind Full of Magic last time out, held by Jane's Vision on that run. She's gonna be one that I think you have to throw into trifectas and quartets. This individual, her form at Hollywood Best Scottsville, 6 runs for 2 fots. She's got the right credentials to earn a money chance here, and she's at 25 to 1 in the market, so I think this is a real lurker for those trifectas and quartets. And she's a horse that I'd actually even throw into second position, even for those exactas. I think she could boost those dividends with Cole Dickon aboard. That's number 7, Fire Phoenix. But the horses are starting to leave the parade ring for race number 3, over 1,000 meters, and it is the start of the Pick 6.
Runners passing by. Witchwood is number 1. Cabelli the Harbour. Mark van Rensburg on number 3. Electra Green. What Now My Girl number 2. Billy Jacobson. Reminder race number 2 was cancelled. The field applied. As we move on to the 3rd race. Maggie Smith number 4. Serena Mudley 5. Rock My Heart. Trent Mayhew. Sipasichle was on 6, Foreign Lady. 1,000 meters the distance. Jane's Vision number 9, Rachel Venica. Tina's Kitten number 10, Robert Carty. Keon's Pride is 11, Tristan Godden. Nevon Nastelli rides number 8, Ladies' Day. 12, A Time to Dance. Breathe-In Blockies. Fire Phoenix is number 7, Cole Dickon. So get all those bets on for race number 3.
We've got around 9 minutes to get involved in race number 3, and having a look at the pools, that pick 6 pool currently sitting on 512,000 Rand, and that's growing with 9 minutes to go. 1,000 meters a trip for race number 3, a maiden plate for fillies and mares. And we've got a race with, we've got quite a few apprentices riding here. We've got 4 apprentices that will be claiming 4 in this race. That's on numbers 1, 5, 8 just here, because we've got quite a few speedy sorts. What Now My Gal can go forward. Ladies Day, another one. We've got Rock My Heart, who can show a bit of pace and gets the 4 kgs off the back. A Time to Dance. So just having a look at the lineup, I think the pace is going to be on, and it's going to play into the hands of number 9, Jane's Vision, who's going to get a nice toe into the race. She's going to be sitting just off them, and once they come up for air over the final bit, I think this filly will pounce on them, and she'll win going away. This is the right type of race for. Speaking to Michael Roberts during the week, he did mention that this was his best run on the day, and he's looking forward to a big performance from this daughter of Visionaire, who stepped up on each run that she has produced to date, just finding 1-2 good last time out in the form of Full of Magic. I do believe that this is a slightly weaker contest, and I think that she can get the job done. The horse that is the unknown in the race, I would say, is number 4, Maggie Smith, because her run on debut was certainly eye-catching behind Harley's Fate, and next time out the money was down for this filly, and she just refused to settle in the run-in over 1,200 meters around the turn at Turpentine, and she ran herself into a hole, running 8 lengths behind Madam Vicky. She's been given a lengthy layoff, 337 days since her last performance. She's back here in KZN with Wendy Whitehead, and if she doesn't need the run, then she could certainly be a huge run in this event, but I would think that she could be in need of a hard race. Number 4, Maggie Smith. So it's going to be interesting to see how she shapes up today. I think she's a horse that you must include into trifectas and quartets. And having a look at in the front of the computer form, the comment from Wendy Whitehead about number 4, Maggie Smith, might just need the run. And in terms of any support for her in the market, there hasn't really been much to talk about apart from number 9, Jane's Vision shortening, Maggie Smith at around 9-2, and then it's 5-1 Kian's Pride, 13-2 What Now My Gal. Outside support for Electra Green into 10-1, but that's about it with regards to the fixed odds betting market. Warren, what's your thoughts on race number 3? Any horse stand out to you? You're in the camp of Jane's Vision, or you possibly have one to beat her?
Yeah, you can't help but get the feeling that she's going to run an absolute cracker, Jane's Vision. Just going back to the apprentices, 2 of these apprentices having their first rides, I believe. Brevin Plykeist on number 12, A Time to Dance, and a young apprentice, Nastilli, on Ladies' Day. My apologies, I don't know his first name, but I think these 2 apprentices are having their first ride. Brevin Plykeist, I know for sure, not having his first ride. Okay. Oh, he rode Rock My Heart last time. Okay. Well, let me put it to you this way. These 2 apprentices have hardly ridden. They're first or second rides or third rides in their career. But you're quite right. Rock My Heart was ridden by Timothy Pretorius. Timothy Pretorius' horse, Brevin Plykeist, and he now gets A Time to Dance. So it maybe is a second ride. But also, as I said, young Nastilli. But lots of apprentices, lots of new things happening for them, and let's wish them all the very best. That's the point I'm trying to make. Back to Maggie Smith, speaking to the connections of Maggie Smith. Highly likely that she will need the run. It's been 337 days. You've read the comment, but chatting to the connections in the parade ring, probably going to need the run, Maggie Smith. Back to your comment, your question about Jane's Vision. Yeah, I think she's the horse to beat, but I think the biggest pressure is going to come from number 11, Kian's Pride, the Horizon filly out of a black Manaloosh mare called Ginger Cat, for Com Naidu, Himmel and Arda Stud, Henry Mudley and Tristan Godden. The blinkers seem to have the desired effect last time. The blinkers stay on. So lots to like about Kian's Pride, although I do respect Jane's Vision, and I respect it in a big way. But if Kian's Pride had to beat her, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, Kian's Pride did finish behind Jane's Vision on that run to Full of Magic. I think Jane's Vision will obviously confirm that run. The real lurker in the race for me, however, is number 7, Fire Phoenix. Now, she was 5.5 lengths behind Full of Magic. She was so close up behind Kian's Pride, and there's a huge discrepancy in the market because Kian's Pride is at 13-2 and Fire Phoenix is at 33-10, and you almost get in a top 3 place about Fire Phoenix, the same price as Kian's Pride for a win. So I think number 7, Fire Phoenix is a lurker. I'm going to include it into exactas, trifectas and quartets. She's been well held in her last 2 starts, but Kian's Pride was also well held in that Full of Magic start. I just feel that there's a bit more value there, and maybe she could lurk into the placings there, number 7. But once you look past those horses, it is obviously a field where most of the runners have had their fair share of chances, the likes of What Now My Gal, Ladies Day, Foreign Lady, Time to Dance needs to improve. So I think the horse that they all have to beat here is number 9.
Have you got number 2, What Now My Gal, in your play?
Trifectas and quartets, yes, but I think what you see is what you get with Kian's Pride beat her last time out. I think she'll confirm that form with her. Can't see her possibly reversing that, but this is racing at the end of the day.
Yeah, racing at the end of the day it is. You're quite right. So there we go. That's race 3. And they're going to start loading soon. We've gone through a couple of the runners, what we think, what we like. And we wish these young apprentices that are really learning their trade all the very best. And back to Jane's Vision for Michael Roberts and Rachel Vinica. That's Rahil's first choice. And I'm expecting a bit of cheek from number 11, Kian's Pride. They're going to load any time now. And we wish you all the very best for race number 3, which is on the program.
Thanks very much. Just another reminder to patrons who've just joined us. Race number 2 was cancelled. All runners go through in the exotics. So the second race was cancelled. All horses applicable in the exotics as we move on to race number 3. 1,000 meters the distance. About a minute to race time. All the runners have been quiet behind the gate. I just see Maggie Smith is in the background. And the vet is alongside Maggie Smith. So the rider's just having a quick chat to the vet. But everything looks to be A-OK. As Witchwood moves in, Electra Green, Rock My Heart, Kian's Pride, The Time to Dance, Jane's Vision to 9, Tina's Kitten to 10, Fire Phoenix, Maggie Smith is now being led up, Ladies Day, Foreign Lady, What Now My Gal, Maggie Smith to 4. 12 horse field, 1,000 meters. Gate 9, Jane's Vision. They sent on their way, some scrimmaging towards the inside, and Maggie Smith just seemed to take an awkward stride or two and is about 3 lengths off the first call. Left-hand side, Witchwood is quick. Right there, Ladies Day darting over towards the inside, and Kian's Pride with the red cap picks it up. Jane's Vision only a length off the speed. And behind these, Electra Green, What Now My Gal. Right-hand side, a time to dance. Fire Phoenix, then Foreign Lady behind these runners. Maggie Smith towards the inside. The others are outpaced. Coming inside the 350-meter marker now. Keon's Pride. Jane's Vision now applies big pressure. Fire Phoenix is on the outside. Jane's Vision, though, goes strongly with 150 meters to go. Number 9, Jane's Vision by 3 parts of a length. Maggie Smith on the inside's taking off Fire Phoenix. Maggie Smith gets up on the inside from Jane's Vision. Fire Phoenix in a photo with Keon's Pride. Maggie Smith, after that awkward beginning, really took off on the inside rail. Jane's Vision past the 50 was in front, and that's when Maggie Smith comes bursting through at the rail. Serena Mudley for Wendy Whitehead, a tremendous training feat. 337 days off the track and will sneak through at the rail. The first race we saw a very strong finish, and here another strong finish. Maggie Smith from off the tempo, Jane's Vision, as they dash past the post. Look at Maggie Smith in the blue and white silk, still about 3, 4, 5 lengths off, coming to the last 300 meters. Jane's Vision moves into the lead. Keon's Pride, Fire Phoenix, but focus left. Maggie Smith with each and every stride. 150 to go, still 3.5 lengths to make up, and all of a sudden just takes off. Jane's Vision is now wobbling the last 50, and on the inside running rail, Maggie Smith. The What a Winter, bred by Wilberforce Drift and Maritz Fontaine, IT SSA, IT and Business Solutions Limited. And number 4, Maggie Smith, delivers after a lengthy break. Back to the studio.
Race number 3 on the day belongs to number 4, Maggie Smith, trained by Wendy Whitehead and ridden to victory by Serena Moodley. And despite this filly giving them start, she's won very, very nicely today, and she could be a horse that's worth following throughout her 4-year-old campaign. Well done to the winning groom, which is Alfred, and Alfred receives his winning check on behalf of Hollywood Bets and Gold Circle. Alfred, very well done. Congratulations. Well done to Alfred. Let's get Wendy Whitehead in. And Wendy will come through and have a quick chat with us regarding this filly, Maggie Smith, who was in our care prior to leaving for Joburg, and she's back in your care now, Wendy, and must say, extremely well done to you today. Good training feat. She's returned off a lengthy layoff, but despite giving them start, she's won quite convincingly at the end.
You know, this filly's always been a top filly, and she's quite quirky. She's not the easiest of fillies in town, and she went and tried to do a Joburg stint up in Joburg, and it just didn't work out for everyone. And I was lucky enough to bring her back, and the vets had worked with her, and it was very, you know, we were being cautious, and going into this race I never pushed her at all, and what she's done today is she's going to come on leaps and started grass gallop. We worked her straight off the sand. And I'm just so proud for Sandy and Eugene for them to be here today to witness this filly winning like this. I'm so proud of her. Maritz Fontaine, Gail and Jessica and the whole team there. Well done. Serena, he's a star. He's been working her, and everything, just the plan came together.
Well, congratulations with this filly. Your runners going forward, a horse like Senor Garcia in the last, he possibly looks to be one of the horses that could fight it out.
Absolutely. I think that horse Boundless Bash got a cracking chance a little bit later today, and Senor Garcia is in top form as well.
Well done, Wendy. All the best going forward. You've got so well done.
Thank you so much.
Well done to winning trainer Wendy Whitehead. Let's get Serena Moodley in, and Serena, very well done. Obviously this filly, she gave them start, and you were at the back end of the field, but she's turned it on nicely today.
She has, you know. I was fortunate enough to ride her first time out, and I know she's got a good center foot, and she was a little tardy out the gate, but I never panicked. I know she'll pick them up, and I thought the field was a bit moderate, and she'll pick them up that last bit, and I just bided my time. I waited to find her feet, and once she found it, she took top gear and won a good race today.
In terms of trip?
Look, I think she'll go further with time. It's just, I must say, Wendy's a top class trainer, and she's got this filly back to her best, and looked like there was going to be no hope with the filly, but Wendy's got her there, so all credit must go to Wendy and her team, and to Mr. and Mrs. Arundel. Massive thanks for the opportunity.
Anything else going forward that the guys can include you?
Look, I thought she was by far my best, but I had a each way call, so just include me wherever you can.
Well done, all the best going forward. You started off the season on the right note, and all the best with it going forward.
Thank you so much once again to Wendy and the team, to Mr. and Mrs. Arundel, and to my sponsors, Winniform. Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff. Serena Moodley, your winning jockey. Let's get Sandy and Eugene Arundel in. The winning owners will come through and have a chat with us. Now, this filly, she was quite an expensive purchase, 850,000 Rand at the sale. But Sandy, Eugene, very well done on this victory, and hopefully she can provide you guys with more wins to come.
Yes, thank you so much. It was actually a massive surprise. She's been off the track for 11 months, so we were just hoping that she was going to come through the race well. You know, gosh, I can't actually give enough credit to Wendy for constantly having to convince us to keep her in training, because I mean, even of the vets said to us, retire her, and look at this. Well, we're blown away.
She seemed to turn this horse's career around, and hopefully she can go on from here.
Absolutely, a good comeback goal.
As on course, and hopefully Boundless Bash later on can run in a big race.
Absolutely, that would be so wonderful.
Well,
thank you so much.
Well done. There are Sandy and Eugene Arundel, and ITS, SA IT and Business Solutions Pty Limited, Wendy Whitehead, the trainer, Serena Moodley, the pilot aboard Maggie Smith, and she's won a nice race today. Despite it not being the strongest of fields, she could be a horse that we could keep an eye on going forward.
Gate 9, Jane's Vision. They sent on their way, some scrimmaging towards the inside, and Maggie Smith just seemed to take an awkward stride or two and is about 3 lengths off the first call. Left-hand side, Witchwood is quick. Right there, Ladies' Day darting over towards the inside, and Keon's Pride with the red cap picks it up. Jane's Vision only a length off the speed. In behind these, Electra Green, What Now My Gal. Right have Phoenix, then Foreign Lady behind these runners. Maggie Smith towards the inside, the others are outpaced. Coming inside the 350-meter marker now. Keon's Pride. Jane's Vision now applies big pressure. Fire Phoenix is on the outside. Jane's Vision, though, goes strongly with 150 meters to go. Number 9, Jane's Vision by 3 parts of a length. Maggie Smith on the inside, taking off Fire Phoenix. Maggie Smith gets up on the inside from Jane's Vision. Fire Phoenix in a photo with Keon's Pride. Maggie Smith, after that awkward beginning, really took off on the inside rail. Jane's Vision past the 50 was in front, and that's when Maggie Smith comes bursting through at the rail. Serena Mudley for Wendy Whitehead, a tremendous training feat. 337 days off the track and will sneak through at the rail. The first race, we saw a very strong finish, and here another strong finish. Maggie Smith from off the tempo, Jane's Vision, as they dash past the post. Look at Maggie Smith in the blue and white silk, still about 3, 4, 5 lengths off, coming to the last 300 meters. Jane's Vision moves into the lead. Keon's Pride, Fire Phoenix, but focus left. Maggie Smith with each and every stride. 150 to go, still 3.5 lengths to make up, and all of a sudden just takes off. Jane, and on the inside running rail, Maggie Smith. The What a Winter, bred by Wilgerbos Drift and Maritz Fontaine, IT SSA, IT and Business Solutions Limited. And number 4, Maggie Smith delivers after a lengthy break. Back to the studio.
On to race number 4. It's jackpot 1. It's over 1,400 meters. A maiden plate for fillies and mares. You need to get your bets on by 14:30, 2:30. At the time of recording, Graham, no scratchings. Horses in single figures. Number 1, County Kildare at 8-1. Number 4, Valley Gal at 11-2. 5, Madame Pompadour at 22-10. And then they got horse number 8, Freedom Square, at 18-10. Graham, I think the first question is, will you be playing to beat the top one here, number 8, Freedom Square, or do you think that she could be, singled out as possibly a place accumulator banker?
No, I'm going to be trying to beat number 8, Freedom Square. She's probably entitled to be favourite. She did finish marginally ahead of Madame Pompadour last time out, and Madame Pompadour was solidly back to win that day. Heavily backed. Should have seen her home. And for me, it's a bit of a worry that she didn't get the job done, that she was beaten by Freedom Square. So those two have both got to go in. But I really like number 4, Valley Gal. I'm judging her on her first 2 starts when she raced on the turf. I don't think she was seen to be at her best on the poly track in her subsequent 2 starts. You go back to that Secret Identity form, the Kingdom of Gold form. Both those form lines have been solidly franked. I know that Dougie Campbell has always thought quite highly of this Valley Gal. Rachel Vinegar sticks with her. I think she represents some good each value at her current odds. And then number 3, Beach Landing. Hasn't raced since April, but got to have scope for further improvement. So from a pick 6 point of view and a jackpot 1 point of view, I'd be including at least all of numbers 3, 4, 5 and 8. But my top selection would be number 4, Valley Gal. But I think that maybe Madame Pompadour is going to reverse the order with Freedom Square.
We're singing off the same hymn sheet here, because those are the exact 4 numbers that I've selected for the pick 6. Tell you what, with Valley Gal, I don't know the reason. Maybe, there haven't been races, or maybe she's drawn poorly, because this will be her first run at Hollywood Bets Scottsville. She's just been at Hollywood Bets Greyville, as Graham mentioned, first 2 runs on the turf at Graham. Maybe, whereas Madame Pompadour, you can see, Graham, she's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runs all at Hollywood Bet Scottsville. So she mentioned last time out, I just feel that that draw was wasted. She was drawn 6 out of 11 and she found herself in the second half of the field. I think Calvin Habib would have learnt a lot from that. And I know that she so much ground to make up with a horse that will give you a good kick, so hopefully he's within striking distance. We're not discounting the chances of horse number 8 here, Freedom Square. Please, we're not putting you off. If you like this horse, you need to back the horse, because that last start has, you know, the selection of my selection, which is number 5, 8 out of 11, and that day I can remember clearly, Graham, that Lyle actually chased this horse to go and get a handy position, and he was just visiting the country, so it was hit or miss, you know, with horses. He didn't know them, so he decided, I'll give this horse a positive ride and see if I've got a fit horse to kick. I'm not saying that she wasn't fit, but she wasn't fit enough to get the job done in the manner in which he raced her. So maybe this time round, more conservatively ridden by Richard Fourie, you could see Sean Terry's runner, who's now had the experience at the course, possibly come through to win. I think she's the filly to beat, Graham, but I agree with you, numbers 3
I think the other thing we must bear in mind is that the last run, where she finished ahead of Madame Pompadour, came only 3 days after her previous run. So she had 2 starts very close to each other. Now she's had a chance to get over those 2 runs. So she might well confirm the form with Madame Pompadour. The handicappers are expecting, notwithstanding the form of the last run, the handicappers are expecting Madame Pompadour to win this. She's clearly the best weighted in the race. So yeah, let's not go around in circles. Freedom Square, for no other reason, Richard Fourie and Sean Terry have to be respected. But we're both in the same camp, 3, 4, 5 and 8 as far as the pick 6 is concerned. I'm going to ride with 4, 5 and 8 as far as the bipod is concerned, but I quite like number 4, Ballygal.
Well, we're confident that those 4 horses will see you through the pick 6 race, number 4, numbers 3, 4, 5 and 8.
Moving along to race number 4, 15 minutes to get involved in your bets for the 4th race on the program. That pick 6 pool got to a very healthy mark, 875,000 Rand. Here is horse number 6, Society News, on screen. Tristan Godden teaming up with the Michael Miller yard, and this filly ran 12th on debut, well beaten, and will definitely need to improve on that performance if she is to have any sort of chance. And this event, she does step up in trip, which could be in her favor, but a huge improvement is no doubt required from this 3-year-old daughter of William Longsword, who is the biggest outsider in this field. 50 Rand 50 the win, 13 Rand 60 a place. Here's horse number 1, County Kildare. Wendy Whitehead trains this 6-year-old daughter of Crusade. That is a maiden from 15 starts. She's a horse that has had 1 run at the course, and she hasn't put her best foot forward here, but she has been mainly tried at Hollywood Bet Scottsville, so maybe back at Hollywood Bet Scottsville from pole position she could get involved in trifectas and quartets. She's a well-tried maiden. 732 Rand. Next up, horse number 9, which is a Flower Festival. Nathan Cotson, Daryl Daniels team up with this 3-year-old daughter of Flower Alley, who's actually quite a decently bred horse. And this horse is related to a horse, I think it's Tamara's Tree, that is trained by Robbie Sage, who has won twice. Now, Flower Festival, she hasn't really shown her best yet. From a 5-star, she's going to need to improve. It's not the strongest of races. She could certainly get involved for trifectas and quartets. 960, 410. We'll be keeping a very close eye on this filly. She is dropping in trip, which could just be a slight negative, given that her 2 runs over 1600 have possibly been her best performances to date. 6.5 lengths and then beaten 4 lengths behind Let's Go Now, and that piece of form has worked out. Woodland Glade and Baby on Board coming through to win. But I give her more for place chance than a winning one. Number 9, Flower Festival. Number 4, Valley Gal, Doug Campbell, Rachel Venica team up, 3-year-old daughter of Flying the Flag. That's had 4 starts to date, 2 runs over 1200, 2 runs over 1400, and to be quite honest, I think her best runs have been over 1200 meters. She's got a good draw to contend with. Hollywood bet Scottsville for the first time. She ran a very, very disappointing race last time out behind Winter Frolic. It looked to be Winter Frolic's race to lose, and when you look past Winter Frolic, Valley Gal looked to be the horse that could possibly run second, but this filly just failed to deliver on the day. She's obviously a horse that goes onto the turf now, and let's see how she goes. She's at 660, 120. If Freedom Square doesn't possibly pitch up on the day, well then Valley Gal could certainly be the horse to pick up the pieces. That's if she manages to put her best foot forward.
Here's number 8, Freedom Square, the filly by Rafif. Out of a Dale Army mare called Zamfira for Sean Terry, Rita's Kroll Stud and Advocate Bear. Lightly raced and certainly going to win a maiden one of these days. Could quite easily be today. Horse number 8, Freedom Square, Richard Ferree, the pilot. And this is your red-hot favourite at 1.7 and 0.9. You'll get your rand about Freedom Square for the place. So, yeah, lots to like about Freedom Square. She's deep in the red. She's the punter's choice. And she's improving with racing. She certainly should be a massive runner in this. Number 2 is Musharaya, a Visionaire filly, out of a not-for-sale mare for Darryl Moore, owner Eddie Prithapel, Kivian stud, Serena Mudley. And Serena's just had a winner, and he'll be looking for some improvement from this daughter of Visionaire, Musharaya. And in her earlier starts, she showed some spark, but she's gone a little off in her last couple of races. I'm sure there might still be something there for her to give us, Musharaya, but she's going to have to really step up to the plate to make her presence felt here. Here's number 7, Kainiska for Gary Rich, Messrs. Jackson, Pillay, Salter, Guthrie and Guthrie, Cole Dickin the pilot. They've just finished 3rd in the previous race. And Kainiska, I know she's well tried. She's had 15 starts. She's having her 16th bite of the cherry, but she's earning. She's earning along the way, is Kainiska. In her penultimate start, she ran 5th, then she ran 4th, then she ran 3rd. 1 or 2 indifferent runs, but she's earning most of the time, is Kainiska. And you can't help but get the feeling that she's going to go close to winning a race one of these days and even get it right. And it could certainly happen today, because with no disrespect, it's a race where the average rating is 65 in the maidens. It's not a strong field. Horse number 7, Kainiska, 15 ran 90, 3 ran 60. Don't leave her out of your calculations. Number 10, this is What Did I Say? Just as well filly out of I Said Hey. So that's what I said hey. Who was by Alami, Timothy Pretorius, Bruce LaRue, owned by Messrs. Lance Michael, Stewie McGregor, and the Zockby family. James Lihaba takes valuable weight off the back, and that was certainly a horse number 10 that's paying 17.70 and 5.60. Could make her presence felt on debut, but as far as the betting goes, not too many lovers in the market for What Did I Say? And I Said Hey.
Number 3, Beach Landing, 4-year-old daughter of Act of War. She's had 2 starts to date, Her best start was no doubt her last start behind Diana the Huntress, but she's returning off a layoff and she is dropping in trip. 126 days since she was last seen at a race track. She's got a good draw, but I think she could just need the run and further as well. Horse number 3, 7 round the win, 2 round 10 for a place. Horses are leaving the parade ring for race number 4. You've got 9 minutes to get involved in the 4th race, which is also the start of Jackpot 1. So get those bets on. Number 5, Madame Pompadour, is scratching. It's a field of 9 that are set to compete in race number 4.
Runners and riders for the fold. The Intelligent Bet, maiden plate. 1400 meters the distance. Current favourite number 8, Freedom Square. Parading is number 1, County Kildare, Atendiwe Mgutwa. Number 3, Beach Landing, Sipasihle Tlengwa. Rachel Dennikers on number 4, Valley Gal. Society News number 6, Tristan Godden. Then number 7, Karniska, Kolbekin. Musharaya, number 2, has gone to the post, Serena Mudley. Passing by is 3, Beach Landing. 1, County Kildare, Valley Gal number 4. Six, Society News. 7, Karniska. 10, What Did I Say, Kabeli Lahaba. Now keep a close eye on number 8, Freedom Square, and Richard Ferry, the hot pot favourite. Hasn't got a drop of sweat at this stage of the game. Her last 2 runs, as they started loading, she was a foamy sweat. She did race 3 days apart, as number 10, What Did I Say, moves by. Number 8, Freedom Square, the hot pot favourite. Keep a close eye behind the gates, but I'm happy to report at this stage, not a drop of sweat. Her last 2 runs prior to the race, she's had a proper foamy sweat.
Six minutes to get those bets on. Race number 4, maiden plate, fillies and mares, 1400 meters a trip. Scratch number 5, Madame Pompadour, and that is the only change to take note of in the 4th race. Now your favorite is Freedom Square, 1 rand 90, 1 rand. She's a horse that has had 4 starts to date for 2 thirds rather, and she's obviously a filly that is likely race being a 4-year-old, but she can. She should go close in this event here. Last time out with Lyle Hewitson aboard, she was 3rd behind Mountains of the Moon, beaten 1.5 lengths, and last time out there was actually a bit of form to work with in that race, and Mountains of the Moon, Madame Pompadour looked to be the 2 horses that could potentially fight out the finish. And Freedom Square, along with the stable companion Lady Greensleeve, they split these 2 horses, running 2nd and 3rd, and this filly was drawn out deep. She's got a deep draw to deal with once again, but I think that she could run a huge race. She's gonna be at peak fitness for this outing. Last time out, as you heard from Sheldon, she was just returning 3 days later for 2nd run after layoff, and I thought she ran with quite a bit of credit. And in this type of event, I expect her to go very, very close to winning. It's not an overly strong race. You've got some horses that are battling in the maiden ranks, and then you've got a couple of horses that haven't really shone in their 1st and 2nd start today. So number 8, that's going to be the top selection, but number 4, Valley Gal, she's lightly raced. She's a horse that does have fair form to her name. 5th behind Secret Identity, 4th behind Kingdom of Gold, wasn't disgraced behind African Beat on the poly track, even though that day she was dropped out and she just never really seemed to get into the race. But with a much kinder draw, going around the turn on the turf, I think she could certainly get involved. So number 8, your favorite, and number 4 at 580, 140, those certainly do look to be the two principal contenders. If anything else were to win, I would be a bit surprised.
So very nicely named and cleverly named horses here. Beach Landing out of the mare Saltwater Girl. Valley Girl is out of the mare Valerie. And there was one other that I saw. Yep, that was, what did I say, out of I said. But yes, I agree with you. Freedom Square's race to lose, 190, 110. You can expect plenty of cheek from Valley Girl, but you know, we're scratching around in this race because it's quite a difficult race. I don't even want to imagine if Freedom Square doesn't win. Well, then I don't know, you know, as I say, Valley Girl, or if horses like Valley Girl and Freedom Square don't win, well then we could be in for a bit of trouble. In saying that, Beach Landing, you know, is a filly that showed huge improvement from run 1 to run 2, but she hasn't been seen for 126 days. She gets firm going for the first time, and she could improve to blow this field away because it's that kind of race. County Kildare, there's number 3, Beach Landing behind the pens, ears pricked, nice and focused. And this is Sipa Sichler Schlengwer's ride for Rose Waterman Wenzel, Dr. Rose Waterman Wenzel, who I'm sure will be watching from wherever they are around the world. And this horse, Beach Landing in picture, should be able to run a good race, if not just sort of running out of puff in the closing stages. Beach Landing. Back to County Kildare. Well, you might think, well, why am I talking about County Kildare? You know, he's having a 16th bite of the cherry. Yes, he's having a 16th bite of the cherry, but he's run some okay races. She's run some okay races. She hasn't really shone at this course, but in fairness, she's only had one start at this course. Ignore her last run, and she's run some. She ran third to Fort Jador some time ago. She ran third to Maggie T. So she's shown some potential, County Kildare. I think she's got a place chance. She looks very well, and she comes from the stable of Wendy Whitehead. And I'm sure if Wendy Whitehead had to nominate any cats and dogs from the stable, they'd win too, because she's in such mustard form as Wendy Whitehead and her team. So I would throw County Kildare into trifectas and quartets, even a horse like Kainiska as well. But after all is said and done, you're going for what you're hoping is just going to be a form and a betting result. You're going Freedom Square, Valley Girl.
Yeah, Warren, I think those are two horses that should fight out the finish. They should run first and second in this event. And if they don't happen to win, well, then I think we're in for a bit of a train smash result in the pick 6.
Yeah, I agree with you. I am not as brave as you. I'm not saying that Freedom Square and Valley Girl could pull away from the field and run first and second, but I'm not that brave. I've loaded up a little here in exotics. I've loaded up, and Sheldon will call them home. He'll keep us posted about the 8-horse Freedom Square behind the pens and all the other horses. And you can see there a little bit of sweat starting, a little bit of that white sweat between the hind legs, a touch there, but not much at all. But she's the one to beat, and she's the one we'll be with.
Thanks very much. Different proposition today, number 8, Freedom Square. Last time out, at this stage of the game, she was a foamy sweat. So Freedom Square, Richard Drury took her down very quietly. He walked her down the entire way to the 1400. Kept her as cool, calm and collected. And in this type of company, definitely the horse to beat. Final opportunity to get those bets on. 1400 meters around the turn. Here's number 8, Freedom Square. Navy blue and white. Kainiska's up. Beach Landing. Musharaya. Flower Festival. Society News, Valley Girl. County Kildare to the inside. What did I say? 1400 meters. Scent on their way from the 1400 meter marker. Yellow Silks of What Did I Say drops out to trail. Right-hand side, Flower Festival, Freedom Square has a share of the lead. Musharai is towards the inside, but into the first turn, Richard Ferry and number 8, Freedom Square by 3 parts. Flower Festival second, Beach Landing on the outside of Musharai as they go past the 800 to 900 meter marker. Then we have Valley Gal on the outside, Kaniska is further back in the running, and then they're losing touch. 5-6 lengths back to Society News, and What Did I Say? Freedom Square has the run of the race in front under Richard Ferry by a half. Flower Festival at the quarters in second. Musharai is going to corner with Beach Landing together in third. County Kildare is further back in the running. At this point in time, Valley Gal, 400 metres to go, got 4 lengths to make up. Freedom Square's come under pressure as Flower Festival goes on by 3 parts of a length. Beach Landing on the outside, trying to close in Musharai. Freedom Square's under pressure on the inside. Kainiska's trying to fight back. Valley Gal the outside. Down the inside, Flower Festival. Valley Gal, Freedom Square's fighting back. Flower Festival from Freedom Square. Valley Gal, then came Kainiska. Musharai, Beach Landing. Well, this is the type of results you could expect in this race. Number 9, Flower Festival. Daryl Daniels. Nathan Kotson wins about a half a length. Back in second, Freedom Square given every possible chance. Valley Gal third, Kai Niskren behind these. This is for Mr. Namchanda, Miss S. Bonner, Vilgabus Drift and Richmond Bread. Flower Festival moved right on by and went past Freedom Square, probably about 3 parts of a length. You'll see Richard Ferry asking, changing and trying to do everything on Freedom Square to get more out of her. However, Daryl Daniels and Flower Festival has earned a minor prize back in 5th in the penultimate run, but today will take home the first prize, and that is 62,500 rand. And when you look at the type of field, number 9 Flower Festival will bring her A game today.
Flower Festival has won the fourth race on the card. And this Flower Alley filly is trained by Nathan Kotson, was bred by Wilgeborgsdrift and Maritzfontein, and is owned by Mr. Namchanda and Miss Barner. Daryl Daniels is the pilot, and that gives him his first winner in South Africa since his comeback. He has had his first winner, but it was not in South Africa, it was in Zimbabwe. But we'll talk to Daryl a bit more in a moment. Ayanda Zengi, my apologies, Ayanda Yenge is the groom of Flower Festival, and he gets 2,000 Rand from our sponsors. Ayanda, congratulations and well done. Let's talk to Nathan Kotson then while we wait for Daryl. And she's a filly that's a lightly raced, Nate, and she's lengthwise certainly been improving.
Yeah, you know, she just got better and better all the time. Her first run, Muzi said to me she was totally lost. She didn't know what to do when you let her go. She was all over the place. But I thought it was the right field today. 1400, and I'm just nice to see Dale have his first winner in South Africa since he's back. I know he had one in Zim. And just a big thanks to Mr. Namchanda, who supports me quite a bit, and to Solibana and Faisal. Thanks very much, guys. And to Wilgeborgs and Maritzfontein.
Yeah, they're certainly having a wonderful run of Wilgeborgsdrift and Maritzfontein, and yeah, this filly, I'm sure, maybe even a little touch further, she could go on again.
Yeah, Muzi always said to me, you know, she at least a 10 furlongs, so you never know with these little fillies, you know, she's not much of it, but she tries her heart out, which is great. And yeah, just a big thanks to everyone back at home, all the team back home. Well done, guys.
Lovely, spot on. Well done, Nate, to you and your whole team and the family. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Lovely, lovely. Let's get Daryl Daniels in. And well done to Mr. Namchanda and to the Barner family. Jess and Stevie, you're breeding up a storm and these horses are winning all over the country. So you decided to treat Zimbabwe to your talent and to your winners first, and you made us wait.
Not by choice, I promise you. I've worked my backside off. Thanks to God for getting me here. Firstly, well done to Uncle Sully, Mr. Namchanda, Nathan, thank you for the ride. You guys appreciate it. Long story short story long. Mike Dahas, Peter Muscat, Mark Naidu, the mayor of Newcastle, Chloe, Gage. There's just, and then obviously I've got a sponsor on board now, Indigo, Health and Equine, Shane Cass, good to be on board. Just so many people that I've got to be grateful for, too. And as I stand here today, it was a vision and a goal, so now we set the next one.
Daryl, and we'll come back to your visions and goals in a moment, but this filly, a gutsy performance, because Richard didn't leave you alone, but she dug down deep to win.
Yeah, the plan, good plan from Nathan as well. So follow Richie over. It wasn't the brightest of fields. She seemed to have a little bit of form. She's only tiny. And it was a hearty performance from her. And look, we'll see where the next run, what happens, but you can only try.
It's been a bit of a rocky road for you, and as it is for many in racing and in many in life, really. But hats off to you. You've clawed yourself back. You've worked hard every morning. You're there, helping a lot of trainers, and you've taken your life by the scruff of the neck, and you've said, "Hey, I'm in charge." And well done to you. We're very proud of you.
Much appreciated, and hopefully it's the first of many to come.
Absolutely. Daryl Daniels, he knows how to ride winners, does Daryl, and he hopes it's the first of many. I have absolutely no doubt that it will be the first of many for Daryl, because my has done it before, and he'll do it again.
$1,400 meters. Scent on their way from the 1,400 meter marker. Yellow Silk Serve, What Did I Say, drops out to trail. Right hand side, Flower Festival, Freedom Square has a share of the lead. Musharai is towards the inside, but into the first turn, Richard Faria, number 8, Freedom Square by 3 parts. Flower Festival second, Beach landing on the outside of Musharai as they go past the 800 to 900 meter marker. Then we have Valley Gal on the outside, Kaniska is further back in the running. and then they're losing touch. 5-6 lengths back to Society News, and what did I say? Freedom Square has the run of the race in front under Richard Ferry by a half. Flower Festival at the quarters in second. Musharay is going to corner with Beach Landing together in third. County Kildare is further back in the running. At this point in time, Valley Gale, 400 metres to go, got 4 lengths to make up. Freedom Square's come under pressure as Flower Festival goes on by 3 parts of a length. Beach Landing on the outside, trying to close in Musharaya. Freedom Square's under pressure on the inside. Kainiska's trying to fight back. Valley Gale the outside. Down the inside, Flower Festival. Valley Gale, Freedom Square's fighting back. Flower Festival from Freedom Square. Valley Gale, then came Kainiska, Musharaya, Beach Landing. Well, this is the type of result you could expect in this race. Number 9, Flower Festival. Daryl Daniels. Nathan Kotson wins about a half a length. Back in second, Freedom Square given every possible chance. Valley Gale third, Kai Niskren behind these. This is for Mr. Namchanda, Miss S. Bonner, Vilgabus Drift and Richmond Bread. Flower Festival moved right on by and went past Freedom Square, probably about 3 parts of a length. You'll see Richard Ferry asking, changing and trying to do everything on Freedom Square to get more out of her. However, Daryl Daniels and Flower Festival has never earned, or has earned a minor prize back in 5th in the penultimate run, but today will take home the first prize, and that is 62,500 Rand. And when you look at the type of field, number 9 Flower Festival will bring her A game today.
Race 5 in the card, the first leg of Jackpot 2 goes at 5 minutes past 3. It's a fillies and mares 76 handicap over 1,400 metres. To my way of thinking, probably the second most difficult race on the card ahead of the last race, which we'll get to later on, which I think is the toughest handicap for fillies and mares 1,400 metres. We're going to show you a rerun of number 7 Bitcoin Baby when winning on the 17th of June, and then we're going to hear from Mark Dixon, Michael Roberts and Garth Puller.
Clear. Bitcoin Baby's now heard the call, and that's the one who's starting to put it together. Willow Creek's gone out the back door, and Bitcoin Baby burst through at the 250 metre marker. The apple of my eye is running on, but it's number 8 Bitcoin Baby with a healthy 3-length advantage. Bitcoin Baby extends the gallop to win it. The apple of my eye second, very close between Lady Canton and Miss Paget for the minor spots. There's been quite a few photos for the minor positions today.
Yeah, no, very temperamental filly. Cole gets on with her well, you know. Yeah, she's drawn one. I think the 14 on the grass will really suit her, so I'm very hopeful, and I'm looking forward to the run on Sunday.
Yes, good draw. You know, a lot of weight to carry, but she's well, and I expect a much better run from her.
Hugston, our 5, she's doing well. Last time was on the poly, this is on the grass. If she takes to the grass, she should run a good race. She's a nice...
Well, as you heard there from Mark Dixon, he's really looking forward to the race on Sunday. Why not? Malcolm Stream's had one start over 1,400 metres, won it. Cole Dickon gets on well with Malcolm Stream, and she's cracked the inside gate. Michael Roberts also happy that Fabulous is drawn in gate 2 and expected to run a better race over this trip. Her penultimate start over 1,400 metres was second behind Jam Jam, but that was on the poly track. This, I think, is the second toughest race on the card. For my money, the last race, Dees, is the toughest race on the card. I know you like a horse here, but before we get to that, so that our punters don't ignore her, I think this is her best trip. Her course and distance form is 2 starts for a second and a third. She goes back to 1,400 metres. I think she'll run better. Bitcoin Baby, I selected that one for the rerun because I think the 3-year-old daughter of Denon Platina has got plenty of scope for improvement. Hugs and high fives obvious claims, but you found a horse for us here.
I like a horse here, Graham, and I think 7-1 attractive odds. Number 5, a little bit naughty. She has attracted betting support at her last 2 starts. She hasn't run too badly, but what she has me is that she's left too much to do when they turn into the straight, whether it's Hollywood Bet Scottsville or Hollywood Bet Scrabble on the poly track. She just comes from too far off them, and I think Athandiwe Good Luck could be the key, because he's partnered her once before and he's won on her, so he knows her well. He knows the horses back home. She's here for another season. She's a 6-year-old, and it's one of two things when these guys nominate, Graham. You're either going to go up in class, down in weight, and up in weight. I think Gareth has done the right thing there. Take the weight off her back, 53.5 kgs on her back. Even though she's taking on stronger, she's got the weight advantage. She has won over the course and distance. And the fact that she's found betting support at the last 2 starts confirms her well-being. So, my hope for Athandiwe is a positive ride in a small field. 5 out of 10, hopefully sitting in the first half of the field. Then if she can find the confidence in the win department, it looks like the right type of field. So I think 7-1 is an attractive price. The narrowed down weight looks to be competitive. You, besides reducing the perm, if you find a 7-1 shot as a banker, what a pleasure. You can go wide in the rest of the legs. So I'm going to banker the source and everything, and I think 7-1 is decent value.
So your pick 6, you're bankering James Vision, and this filly a little bit naughty. Well, I have to say Dees is a lot more confident about a little bit naughty than I am, but I wish him well. For me, this is very definitely a field race. I'm putting 5 or 6 horses into the bipot, all of numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 and 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 and 8 go into my bipot. You know I like my bipots from a pick 6 and a jackpot perspective. I think this is a field race, but Dees has been good before, and he could be good again. Even though sometimes...
Feeling Groovy's clearly feeling groovy. She's in the ring. She's a daughter of Canford Cliffs. She's on her toes. She's throwing her head about. She's maybe irritating her groom a little bit. Is feeling groovy, but she's clearly feeling groovy. She looks well, and her last run you can ignore. Her penultimate start was good, and that started before that was not so good, and then the start before that was good. So she's becoming a little erratic and a little difficult to assess. That's what the form is telling me. But what's telling my eye in the parade ring is that she's clearly very well, and she looks very well, and she has got some ability. So don't dismiss her chances. Feeling groovy, I give her more of a place chance than a winning one. Number 3, Ideal Gift. Another one that's also becoming a little tricky to assess. Last time was not a good run, but her penultimate start was a good run. And then 2 bad runs, and then a disqualification. So hard to assess Ideal Gift, and in fact what helps to assess Ideal Gift is when you look at the screen and it tells you it's 41 Rand 10 for a win and 13 Rand 90 for a place. Well then let's pass her by. Number 5 is a little bit naughty. For Gareth Van Zyl, you heard from Graham and Dees a moment ago that a little bit naughty is got a chance, and I actually agree with Dees. I think a little bit naughty's got a strong place chance here. She is going to be ridden by Athandiwe Magudwa. She gets a cozy draw, she gets a lightweight, and she can make her presence felt here. She ran on nicely last time. She's never been too far off the action. I'm in Dees' camp. I give her a strong place chance. Number 8 is Hugs and High Fives. Garth Puller, Hollywood Syndicate. Richard Ferry, the pilot. Garth Puller's horse is a Master of My Fate filly, lightly raced, and she kicked on and went through the gears in the manner of a horse that's got ability last time. She finished third to Morgan Le Fay. She wasn't the most alert out the pens, but if young Richard Ferry can get her out and into the race, I'm sure she's going to have a bright winning chance here. Hugs and high fives at 7 Rand 70 and 2 Rand 10. Well, obviously that's going to adjust itself because Feeling Groovy is at 1 Rand 50 on the tote, so that'll fix itself. And Hugs and high fives can never be 7 Rand 70 for a win. So Hugs and high fives, big chance. And let's see how she goes. Hugs and high fives for Garth Puller and Hollywood. Lovely that Anthony Delpeche and his family are on course. Candace is here too. Here's number 2. Fabulous. Whew. Well, fabulous. I say woof because, you know, if the horse that you backed, you'll end up feeling groovy, you'll end up feeling fabulous, you'll end up giving up hugs and high fives. And the one horse is down early. That's number 1, Malcolm's Dream. And that's for Mark Dixon, the Carlisle family, and Carl Dickens. So that's an early runner. And, yeah. Let's go back to Fabulous. Number 2 for Michael Roberts is returning from a bit of a rest. Lightly raced, has already won races twice. Both were on the turf, so clearly she keeps a preference for the turf. She is a horse that you can ignore her last run. She was examined and found to be normal. Her penultimate start, she had a valid excuse and ran an absolute cracker. So she ran a cracker with a saddle slipped and excuses. Last time she was examined and found to be normal, she ran a shocker. So also a little difficult to assess, but I'm in the camp of Fabulous to run a good race. She's lightly raced and I'm sure she'll have a bit more to offer. Rachel Vinica with a weight off will also be hugely in her favour. I would really include Fabulous into trifectas and quartets. And I'm going to hand the mic to Raheel to talk about Bitcoin Baby and a few others.
Also number 7, Bitcoin Baby, 13 Rand 20, 1 Rand 60. About this individual, she's a 3-year-old daughter of Denon Platina. She ran 6 last time out behind Let's Go Now, and she was beaten 2.5 lengths on that occasion. Woodland Glade and Baby on Board coming through to win from that form line, and even Flower Festival has franked that form. But this will certainly be a bit of a tough ask because there's a bit of form to work with in this contest. Now she's an improving 3-year-old that does drop in trip, which could just be the slight concern, going over 1400 meters today. But she's a horse that's got a bit of ability, and she can definitely get involved in proceedings here. Number 7, just shorten into 9 Rand 60 for the win, 1 Rand 60 a place. Here's number 10, Kitty Boy's Girl, Yogas Governor, Robert Carty teaming up. This is a 4-year-old daughter of Admiral Kitten. 79 days since she last ran, and the penultimate start she won, beating Trip to Nebraska, who's still in the maiden ranks. And then last time out, in a Spillies and Mare 67 handicap, she wasn't disgraced behind the dead heaters. She's not easy and speech maker, but she's going to need to step up on that form if she is to be competitive in this event. 17 Rand 20, 1 Rand 70 a place. Next up, horse number 9, Eau de Vie, Carl Hewitson, Trent Mayu team up. And this horse is returning off a layoff. I think she's been disappointing because she's had 11 starts for just 1 win. She's dropped in the ratings from a 87 down to a 70 now. She hasn't really put her best foot forward ever since she turned 3. Her best run as a 3-year-old was possibly 3rd behind Maria Carolina, beaten 1.5 lengths. But apart from that run, it hasn't been the best performances from this filly, and I'm sure the team would be probably a bit disappointed. They would have expected more from her. She is returning off a layoff, but we'll be keeping an eye on her today, and she could be a horse that in the right type of race she could find her best form. She's the biggest outsider, 34 Rand 30, 8 Rand 90. But the horses are starting to leave the parade ring for race number 5, and Sheldon Peters with you for the Canter Pass.
Field for race number 5, Track and Ball Gaming 76 handicap. 1400 meters is the distance. Number 1, Malcolm's Dream, went to post early. It's about 200 meters from the starting point with the companion. Number 2, Fabulous, Rachel Benica, led out onto the track. Number 3 is Ideal Gift, Serena Woodley. Number 4, Feeling Groovy, Kelvin Abib. Atendiwe Mgutwa rides number 5, A Little Bit Naughty. I'm the Buzz, number 6, Kobeli Lahaba. 7, Bitcoin Baby, Tristan Godden. 3, Ideal Gift, and 2, Fabulous, passing by together. Then 4, Feeling Groovy. Number 10, Kitty Boy's Girl, Robert Carty making the way down. 5, A Little Bit Naughty. 6, I'm the Buzz. 7, Bitcoin Baby follows. Hugs and High Fives, Richard Faree. Eau de Vie is number 9, Trent Mayu. That looks to be the runners and riders for race number 5. Get all your bets a rocking and a rolling.
Seven minutes to get your bets on for race number 5 on the program. Current favorite is number 5, A Little Bit Naughty, the 6-year-old daughter of Duke of Marmalade. He's trading at R3.80, R1.70 for place. And just a quick update on the fixed odds betting market. Well, it's wide open. They've been in 4 to 1 the field. Bitcoin Baby, Hugs and High Fives both at 4 to 1. It is Malcolm's Dream and A Little Bit Naughty at 9 to 2. And then it's 8 to 1 and better bar those. And the horses in single figures could possibly be the horses that could run in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th position here. But the question is, who could possibly win this race? Now, with around 6 minutes to go, I definitely think that A Little Bit Naughty must be a huge run in this contest. She's dropped down in the rating. She's on a mark of 63. She's running over a course and distance that she has won over. She's done well at the course. Last time out, I think we can just ignore that run on the poly track. She was beaten 3 lengths behind, rocking the time away. I believe she's better than that effort. Prior to that, she was only 3 lengths behind Aspustarki, 2 lengths behind Kayleen. That 2 lengths behind Kayleen, that's actually a very, very good run. Wasn't disgraced on that occasion in a far stronger race. That was a Fillies and Mares 82 handicap. This is a 76. So even though the last 2 starts have been against slightly weaker, she's got 53.5, and you can make a solid case for this individual to run a huge race. And she looked extremely well going down to the start. Atendiwe Mgutwa is 1 from 1 a border, and he could possibly make it 2 from 2. Her dangers, however, I think number 8, Hugs and High Fives, is a huge runner. Now, last time out, she was the horse that I took out from the race behind Morgan Le Fay. She was 3rd, beaten 3.5 lengths. The question mark would be, how would she go on the turf again track? But she's still a young filly. She's still improving. She's still got a bit of maturing to do. And even though she's got a deep road to contend with, she's dropped a couple more points in the ratings. I can see this horse running a huge race for Richard Faree and Garth Puller, the Hollywood Syndicate owner. And I think she's got the right type of credentials to have a strong winning chance in this event. And there's definitely more improvement to come from number 8, Hugs and High Fives. So 4 and 42 rand. I'm going to be playing around numbers 5 and 8 in race number 5 on the program. Those will be the 2 horses for me. But number 7, Bitcoin Baby, that's your current favorite. And she won a maiden 2 starts back, beating the apple of my eye. She won convincingly. She was the clear standout in that event. The question for me would be that she does drop to 1400. That could just catch her out. but she's obviously a horse that the yard think can run a huge race in this contest, and there's quite a few punters that are in her camp. Number 7, Bitcoin Baby. Warren, what do you make of her chances? Do you give her a winning chance or more for place chance for you? Because in my opinion, I give her more for place chance.
No arguments with me there, with you about Bitcoin Baby. Denon Platina, Vuran Stud Bred. She's a lovely filly. Not the biggest filly we've ever seen, but I'm in your camp. I give her more of a place chance than a winning one. There she is behind the pens. She looks alert. She looks well. She's for the Racing Boys Pty Limited. And yeah, I would throw her into trifectas and quartets, but and I'm sure she can build on that last one, and whatever happens today, I'm sure she can build on today's performance, win, lose or draw. But like you, more of a place chance than a winning one. My value was I'm the Buzz, but I was a bit concerned. She was quite sweated up, I'm the Buzz. Now I don't know if it's sweat or if TD Princely has gone and put the hose pipe all over her. I don't know, but just on first glance when she left the parade ring, she just looked wet, as I said. Whether it's sweat or it is sweat, whether it's the hose pipe or body sweat, I don't know. But it just put me off a little bit for I'm the Buzz. But I've still put her in. I've still thrown her in, and she's paying R5.20 for a place. But I do respect a little bit naughty. I do respect hugs and high fives. And I think we're going to be in for an exciting race. It's over 1,400 meters. Let's see how it unfolds. The favourite is number 7, 4 Rand for Bitcoin Baby, 4 Rand and 170. So a lukewarm favourite. There's I'm the Buzz behind the pens, thanks to our world-class production team that we work with. She does get a little agitated, does this daughter of flying the flag. So that is a concern. So maybe that is sweat, but she is getting a little revved up. You can see her ears are very pricked. She's on her toes. She's sweated up. That does worry me a little bit. But nevertheless, you never take horses out once you've taken the bet. And she's in my play, and I'm leaving it that way. And number 8, Hugs and High Fives. Let's see if we can get the Hollywood horse team behind the pens and have a good look at her, because she kicked on powerfully last time. There she is. And in the... oh, lovely. Look at that. Look at that. There she is, Hugs and High Fives. She's clearly feeling well. She's looking well. She's on her toes. And this Hugs and High Fives for Richard Furry could be a winner for Hollywood. But let's see, because she looks very well. Once or twice she wants to get a little agitated, but Richard's got her with those soft, good hands of his well under control. She looks well muscled behind, and there's lots to like about Hugs and High Fives. As I hand up to Sheldon, we have joint favourites Bitcoin Baby and Hugs and High Fives. Sheldon, keep us posted as they jump as to who is the favourite, or has it remained a joint favouritism?
Thanks, Warren and Rahil. Final 60 seconds to get your bets on. Track and Ball Gaming 76 handicapped. 1,400 metres the distance. Number 8, Hugs and High Fives, has shortened down outright favourite 380. It's number 8, Hugs and High Fives, 380 and 170. That'll bring the first wave of runners forward. The next 30 seconds or so. Taking a hold of Malcolm's Dream. Fabulous. Bitcoin Baby. First trio of runners. Fabulous moves in. ODV. Bitcoin Baby. Malcolm's Dream to come up to 1. A little bit naughties in 5. Feeling Groovy. Ideal Gift. On the Buzz. Hugs and High Fives. Kitty Boy's Girl. Wait for the white flag behind it, the 1,400. Away we go. Hugs and High Fives and Oda V came together for a stride as the starter said go. Feeling Groovy, Bitcoin Baby. These are the two riders looking across, a little bit naughty. There's a line of 5. Malcolm's Dream at the inside running rail. Fabulous, the pink cap, takes a seat now in 4th. Ideal Gift to the inside, and I'm the Buzz. And the pace is pretty decent as a little bit naughty now goes on a length and a tail. Further back in the running, Hugs and High Fives, easily 7 lengths off the speed. 2 lengths, Kitty Boy's Girl, as they go past the 800-meter marker. 3 lengths, Oda V, 12 lengths from first to last. A little bit naughty is doing the buying and bidding around the turn, 650 to go. Feeling Groovy, Malcolm's Dream cornering 2nd and 3rd. On the outside, Fabulous, Bitcoin Baby, extreme outside rail. Hugs and High Fives been asked to run. Inside the final 300 meters, Malcolm's Dream, blue sleeves and cap on the inside. Fabulous is running a race on the outside. A little bit naughty's come under pressure, but it's number 1 Malcolm's Dream from Fabulous, Bitcoin Baby, Hugs and High Fives. 1 Malcolm's Dream, winner's box bound. Malcolm's Dream easy by 3. Hugs and High Fives 2nd, Bitcoin Baby, and in behind these runners, Ideal Gift running on strongly late on with Fabulous. They'll be fighting out the minor positions. Number 1, Malcolm's Dream. A state late, Mr. A.E. Carlisle, Mrs. Mary Carlisle, and the rest of the Carlisles. They'll all be over the moon with Malcolm's Dream. Really love the Fortune My Fate, wins cozily. Hugs and High Fives, Bitcoin Baby. Fabulous just ahead of Ideal Gift. A little bit naughty, I'm the Buzz. A little bit naughty was the leader, Malcolm's Dream, for the Mark Dixon stable. Quickly applied the pressure, went on by. Pink Cap of Fabulous is one off the outside. The rest of them trying to stay on in the closing stages. Hugs and High Fives, an Ideal Gift with the white sleeves and cap. But it's one-way traffic the last 100. Number 1, Malcolm's Dream will come home to get that 3rd victory to date. The Kinmount stud, Mark Dixon and the team, back to the studio.
Race number 5 on the day belongs to number 1 Malcolm Dream. Mark Dixon and Cole Dickon teaming up with his 5-year-old daughter of Master of My Fate, who's now notched up career win number 3 at the 14th time of asking, and she had the run of the race and she's won quite convincingly. Well done to the winning groom, Patrick, who takes extremely good care of his horse, and he's duly rewarded today. Patrick, well done, congratulations. Excellent stuff, well done to Patrick, the winning groom. Let's get Mark Dixon in, the winning trainer, and yeah, this horse has definitely done well of late. Mr. Dixon, very well done. You're obviously confident that she's going to run a huge race during the week, and everything worked out ideally for her.
Yeah, no, it certainly appears that 7 furlongs seems to be her best trip now. I mean, I thought she was a little bit handy during the race, but obviously Cole knows her very well now, and she quickened really well when he asked her. I was very impressed with the way she won today, and it's extra special because Kian often doesn't get the time to come racing, so with Kian, Mary and Gary all here for the win makes it well worthwhile.
She can go on from here, you think?
Well, I hope so, you know, in the right company. They've always got a good winning chance. It's just her temperament's not the easiest. And a fair play to Patrick, her groom. He does a lot of hard work with her, because at home and at the races, she can be a bit of a nightmare.
If you say so in the next?
Yeah, well, it's not the greatest of maidens, is it? And she's obviously a battling maiden, but I think so are the rest, so she's got to have a decent squeak.
Well done, all the best going forward.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Well done to trainer Mark Dixon. Let's get Cole Dickon in, and yeah, this horse is quite temperamental, but Cole, you get the best out of her, and draw number 1, everything worked out nicely.
Oh no, definitely. I'm just happy the owners, yeah, they came with a bit of good luck. It was a little disappointing last time, but she proved herself today, and I really trusted her going into the race. I mean, I was looking at the form of her, and on the last 3 runs, she had to win this race. So just happy Mr. D kept her at the peak of like how she works, so I'm really happy.
Do you think 1400 is the best trip?
Yes, I do actually, but you know, she is flexible, she can't go 1600, so we have a bit of playroom with her, so yeah.
Excellent job, well done, going for all the best going forward.
Thank you. I'd like to say good luck to my sponsors, Winning Form, to the Carlisles, congratulations, and thank you for trusting me with their horses, and to Mr. D for all the support he's given me. Thank you.
Great stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Well done to Cole Dickon, the winning rider. Let's get Kian in, and Kian's one of the winning owners here, and great to meet you, and wonderful to have you on course as well to lead in this individual.
Yeah, great to be here. Well done Mark and Haley and the whole Dixon team. They're great trainers. We really enjoy having our horses with them. Well done to Carl. He's ridden a couple of winners for us now, which is great. So yeah, great, very exciting. And to everyone at home that was shouting for her, all the kids, family, and also well done to Mom and Gary.
Hopefully she can provide you guys with 1 or 2 more wins. All the best going forward.
Thanks very much.
Well done to Kian, one of the winning owners. Well done to the Carlisle family that are involved with number 1 Malcolm Dream. She's now a 3-time winner. Well done to Mark Dixon and Cole Dickon involved here. Malcolm Dream, your winner of race number 5.
Wait for the white flag behind at the 1400. Away we go. Hugs and high fives and Oda V came together for a stride as the starter said go. Feeling groovy, Bitcoin baby. These are the 2 riders looking across, a little bit naughty. There's a line of 5. Malcolm's Dream at the inside running rail. Fabulous, the pink cap, takes a seat now in 4th. Ideal Gift to the inside, and I'm the Buzz. And the pace is pretty decent as a little bit naughty now goes on a length and a tail. Further back in the running, Hugs and high fives, easily 7 lengths off the speed. 2 lengths, Kitty Boy's Girl, as they go past the 800-meter marker. 3 lengths, Oda V, 12 lengths from first to last. A little bit naughty is doing the buying and bidding around the turn, 650 to go. Feeling groovy, Malcolm's Dream cornering 2nd and 3rd. On the outside, Fabulous, Bitcoin Baby, extreme outside rail. Hugs and high fives been asked to run. Inside the final 3, 300 meters. Malcolm's Dream, blue sleeves and cap on the inside. Fabulous is running a race on the outside. A little bit Naughty's come under pressure, but it's number 1 Malcolm's Dream from Fabulous. Bitcoin Baby, hugs and high fives. 1 Malcolm's Dream, winner's box bound. Malcolm's Dream easy by 3. Hugs and high fives second, Bitcoin Baby, and in behind these runners, Ideal Gift running on strongly late on with Fabulous. They'll be fighting out the minor positions. Number 1 Malcolm's Dream. A state late, Mr. A.E. Carlisle, Mrs. Mary Carlisle, and the rest of the Carlisles. They'll all be over the moon with Malcolm's Dream. Really loves the 1400 meter trip. And this daughter of Master of My Fate wins cozily. Hugs and high fives, Bitcoin Baby. Fabulous just ahead of Ideal Gift. A little bit Naughty, I'm the Buzz. A little bit Naughty was the leader. Malcolm's Dream for the Mark Dixon stable. Quickly applied the pressure, went on by. Pink Cap Fabulous is one off the outside. The rest of them trying to stay on in the closing stages. Hugs and high fives. An Ideal Gift with the white sleeves and cap. But it's one-way traffic the last 100. Number 1 Malcolm's Dream will come home to get that 3rd victory to date. The Kinmount stud, Mark Dixon and the team, back to the studio.
Well, the 6th race, I'm hoping Graham Hawkins can help us out, because I am highly confused on where to go with my perm. It is a maiden plate for fillies and mares over 1,950 meters. At the time of recording, number 5 is the scratching, so 11 runners go to post. We have a rerun here, Graham, and it's for Princess Azaria when she ran 3rd. That was at a penultimate start, so let's get into that rerun for Sean Terry's horse.
Number 10, Lady Canton, comes gliding into the lead, 300 out. And Lady Canton's gone well clear. St. Cloud's come out the pack to chase. Lady Canton with a healthy 3-length advantage over the last 100 meters. And you can go stand in the queue and do the banking. St. Cloud's second, Princess Azaria third. If you say so, ran fourth.
Well, let me give you a guide at the time of recording. Number 2 at 6 to 1, number 4 at 9 to 10, 7 at 7 to 1, and then we have just one other runner in single figures, and that's horse number 12, Sacred Lily, at 4 to 1. These colours for Kenneth Pillay and the team at Kestrom Investments, they have been very successful with Sean Graham. The horse that comes to mind is Bless My Stars, and they've supported Sean, and he's certainly delivering for them.
He is. This is one of their lesser lights. One has to be fair. Princess Azaria. This is a average merit rating of 50 meters. We showed that rerun. She ran a moderate third. She is moderate, but on that run, she has the beating of, if you say so, Free Will, Loud Dreamer, and 3 Little Birds.
They were stretched out.
They were stretched out. They all finished behind her. So I'm of the view that Princess Azaria should have them beat again. We know that Princess Azaria's come out to run again. She ran in a handicap and never featured. So on the basis that Princess Azaria's got the beating of all those that finished behind her when they raced against Lady Canton, there's only one little mystery horse, and that's number 12, Sacred Lily. Richard for Crawford. Richard has only had 2 rides for the Crawford stable, has had 1 win, so he rides Sacred Lily. The form is there for all to see. She's merit rated 59, so she is seriously limited. She's already 5 years old and is still struggling in the maiden. So you bankering Jane's Vision and a little bit Naughty. I'm bankering Jane's Vision, and I'm going to take, because I want the field in race 5. And I do want the field in the last race, and I'm going to narrow down the 7th race to just 2 horses. So it's all about structure. I understand that Princess Azaria is vulnerable. She's no star athlete by any manner of means, but I think she could have the measure of this field. I do worry a little bit about 12, Sacred Lily. So because she doesn't come out of that Lady Canton form. So I'm going 4 and 12 in the bipod because I can afford it in the bipod. But I might have to take my chances and bank a Princess Azariah in the pick 6. Getting closer to race time, I'll decide whether I throw in Sacred Lily or not. Depends on how I feel on the day.
It's, with all due respect, guys, there is not much that appeals here on paper. The one thing I want to touch on, Graham, is number 1, Free Will. When I have a look at the draw swing around, we're speaking about Lady Canton, drawn 12 out of 13. That was arguably a best performance to date when they stepped up over 1950 meters, because we mentioned how stretched out that field was, and from that draw they just left her towards the back of the field. She was starting to gain. I know there were bad horses in that race, Cam. There were strugglers, and she was just passing some of those strugglers, but the fact is she was gaining, and now it's a big draw swing around. She's now drawn 1, and she only has about, let's call it 3 lengths to make up on number 4, Princess Azariah. Could she be the improver in the race in double figures?
Yeah, she could be, Obviously, Cole Dickin rides for Gary Rich from a 1 draw. She had a 1 draw in a penultimate start when she was beaten 11 lengths by baby. These, I saw a merit rating 35 horse come out and win a race at the Val this week. So
yeah, and the work riders, that was the work riders, yeah.
But she wondered like she was a star athlete, you know what I mean? So anything is possible. So she could make up the ground with a draw swing around. This is a very, very weak field. So guys, here's a case of, I love this expression, you pays your money, you takes your chances. So, if you're going to try and beat Princess Azariah, I think the one most likely to beat her is number 12, Sacred Lily. Of those that finished behind Princess Azariah when they raced behind Lady Canton, well, Deezer spotted that maybe number 1, Free Will, is the horse that could come out and reverse the order because of the draw swing. But it's very weak, it's very shallow. I'm going with Princess Azariah, and Deezer is looking a little bit beyond that to try and get a result.
Minutes to get your bets on for race number 6. It's a maiden plate for fillies and mares over 1950 meters, and it's quite a moderate lineup of horses that are set to compete in this event. Very, very tricky to try find a winner. Number 4, Princess Azariah, your favorite. £2.50, 90 cents for a place, and yeah, let's see how this horse goes in this event. She's had 5 starts to date, and she's run 3rd, 4th. She obviously brings possibly the best form into this event, but it's not the greatest form. 3rd behind Lady Canton, beaten 5.5 lengths. That type of run should see her good enough to compete the finish. Calvin Abeb ride, she's got a neat road to deal with as well, which is certainly a positive, and she's Many Punters' first selection in this event. 2 rounds at the course. for 1/3. Last time out ran against winners in a fillies and mares 68 handicap, and she was beaten into 7th position behind Mysterious Girl, who won convincingly on that day. So let's see how she goes back against Maiden Company. Here's number 12, Sacred Lily. 11 starts to date for 2 seconds. Richard Fourie rides for the Lola Crawford team. Second last time out behind Woodland Glade, beaten 4 lengths. She now steps up even further in trip to 1950. The question mark will be, will she be able to see out the distance? She's been most effective up to 1750, but that was when she ran 3rd, and she was comfortably beaten on that occasion behind Diana the Huntress. She's obviously a horse that's in her place. What you see is what you get with her. She throws in the odd bad run from time to time, but she's in fairly decent form, and she could make her presence felt here. Here's number 1, which is Free Will. Gary Rich, Cole Dickon team up, 4-year-old daughter of Master of My Fate, that has had 4 starts to date, and is a horse that obviously needs to improve. Her best run did come 3 runs back beyond Sayulita. That was in a 6-horse field, and she ran 6th. Best of the draws today, having a peak run. She could maybe make some improvement going over this trip once again from a good draw. So maybe number 1, Free Will, could be worth a bit of an each-way play in race number 6. Here's horse number 11. That is La Dreamer. Timothy Pretorius, James Le Harbour team up, 4 kgs off the back. 8th last time out behind Lady Canton. She's got a deep draw to deal with, but she's a horse that does show a bit of pace. She's had 22 starts to get it right. She's a horse that could certainly win in this type of event where the form isn't the strongest. But it's terribly hard to be confident on her chances. Number 11, 17 rand 60, 5 rand 50. Number 2, that is If You Say So. 13 starts in the maidens for 1 second. Last time out she stayed on nicely behind Lady Canton, beaten 7 lengths, drawn in gate number 2. She'll be able to get to the front a lot easier. Cheek pieces go on, Craig Zaki rides, and she's a horse that she's in a place, and what you see is what you get. But in this type of lineup, she can make her presence felt in a big way. Next up, horse number 10, Madam Senator. Tony Rivlin trains, Rachel Venica rides. 2 starts to date, taking a huge step up in trip now to 1950. Well beaten in her first 2 outings, and a huge improvement is required from this daughter of Trippy. Horse number 6, Where Stars Shine. 3-year-old daughter of William Longsword. The step up to 1950 will suit her, there's no doubt about that. Unfortunately, Freedom Square didn't do much to help that form line in a maiden earlier on. Blinkers go on to this filly today. She could improve a few lengths over this trip. Maybe want to throw into those quartets. 6 rand 50 for a place, 18 rand 20 a win. Number 9, Flying Dragon, Yoga Governor, Billy Jacobson teaming up. Blinkers go on to this filly today. She's a daughter of Flying the Flag. 2 runs, 10th last time out, beaten beyond foreshore. Returning off a rest as well, 71 days since she was last seen. And this horse could certainly improve now that she goes over this 1950 with the blinkers added as well. Quite a few of these horses in this event, they could improve. The ones that haven't had too many chances, they could be a bit of improvement in the tank, and we'll see who's able to get the better of who over the final stages of the race. Number 3, We Stock Market Boss, Komnadu, Sipa Sisleshlegwa. Cheek pieces go on to this daughter of Erupt, well drawn, 5 starts to date, further step up in trip today. She hasn't really been improving when she's been put over more ground. She's sort of stayed the same, well beaten, but she does look to be in a good space. Number 3, 45 rand 80, 11 rand 40. Here's horse number 8, Lemon Scent from the MJ Ordendale yard. 2 runs to date, and she's a horse that has run 15th and then 9th. She gets the 4 kgs off the back today. 550 meters more this filly gets. Will she be able to improve over the distance? Only the race will tell. 175,000 rand purchase. Horse number 8, the current price 42 rand 10, 12 rand 90, having her third start. Number 7, Three Little Birds. Now her last start was all wrong, and she obviously did not confirm that improvement, the huge improvement that she showed in her previous start when third behind the apple of my eye. But maybe she's worth giving another chance. Number 7, she's the daughter of Gold Standard. Daryl Daniels, he'll have confidence on his side after winning the earlier race. And maybe this horse, just ignore last start, judge her on the third behind the apple of my eye. It would certainly give her a big chance in this event. 11 rand 30, 2 rand 80, so maybe she could be a bit of value at that price. That's your field for race number 6. It's 7 minutes to get your bets on. Horses starting to leave the ring.
As you can see, the runners for race number 6 are now exiting the parade ring. They'll be on the course shortly. 7 minutes to post time. Princess Azariah, number 4, is the tote favourite at 2 rand and 5th. Number 2, If You Say So, 440. 12 Sacred Lily at 4 rand 10. Trotting up, Where Stars Shine, number 6, Serena Mudley. Princess Azariah, number 4, Kelvin Abib. We Stock Market Boss, number 3, Sipasehle Tlengwa. Three Little Birds, Daryl Daniels. Good to have Daryl Daniels back in the winner's box in South Africa, in KwaZulu-Natal. As number 6, Where Stars Shine. We Stock Market Boss, number 3. Three Little Birds, chomping at the bit. Number 1, Free Will has gone to post, Cole Dickin. The favourite, Princess Azariah. Lemon Scent, number 8, Trent Mayu. Distinct Colours, 9, Flying Dragon, Billy Jacobson. 10, Madam Senator, Rachel Benica. La Dreamers, 11, Kabeli Lahaba. Going down very quietly. And then number 12, Sacred Lily, looks lively, Richard Fleury. $1,950 meters.
Well, they didn't have to go too far to get to the 1950 meter mark, did this field. Scratches number 5, Style Icon, who ran a great second just the other day. And the favourite is Firm. Number 4, Princess Azaria, the Pomodoro filly. Let's start with her then. She's from the Sean Terry stable. She's owned by Kenneth Pillay and Keystorm Investments. She's going to be ridden by Kelvin Habib. And yeah, she's lightly raced. Her penultimate start, she ran 3rd to Lady Canton. And her start before that, she ran 4th to Little Miss Swagger. Her last start, well, I don't know what to make of her last start. She finished 7th of 12. in the closing stages. But I think due to lack of opposition, that's why she's at the top of the betting boards, and she should be able to win a race like this. But is it ever as easy as that? Not always. Let's talk about a few others. If You Say So from the Mark Dixon stable. They've just had a winner. They could easily go back to back. Same ownership, same trainer, same jockey, same breeders. So they could go back to back with If You Say So. Very cleverly named If You Say So, and I'm sure that the connections will explain to us when they win a race with If You Say So how she was named. But she's by flying the flag out of Eastern Mark, and she would have a bright each-way chance in a field like this. Who else can we talk about? Three Little Birds. Glenn Cotson's runner for Daryl Daniels. Her penultimate start, she finished third to the apple of my eye. I suppose some may say, well, something had to run third. And then that last start, she didn't shine. So what do we make of Three Little Birds? I would give her a place chance in a field like this. Over the page, the two horses that probably have bright chances, and I'm taking a bit of a flyer because one's paying 16.10 and 4.30 for a place, and the other one is 3.70, a bit more love in the market for Sacred Lily. But let's start with LA Dreamer, or La Dreamer. Well-tried 5-year-old mare for Lance Michael and the Zochby team. Mr. Lahaba takes 4 kgs off, and a horse that's likely going to go off to the front, and I'm sure she'll try and steal it again today. She tried to steal it last time, but she folded in the closing stages. But let's see how LA Dreamer goes. I think she could make her presence felt. Sacred Lily is probably, I say probably narrowly the horse to beat, because Princess Azaria really should have a bright chance of getting it all right in this field. But she's obviously clearly limited. They're all limited. The average rating is 60. But back to Sacred Lily, she gets the services of Richard Ferree. Richard Ferree's had 2 rides for the Crawford team for a winner. So he's 50% strike rate with them, and she certainly could win this race. Not much help. Raheel, anything to add? What's your first choice?
It's very tough, Warren. It's very hard to sort of have any confidence on a horse, but I'm gonna just go, I think, number 1 each way. 13 Rand 50, 3 Rand 10. Has a draw. She made up a few positions last time out. She was 13th at the 400, 7th at the finish. I think maybe she could run a slightly better race given the lack of opposition in this event. Doesn't have the strongest of form, but maybe she's a horse that can improve to lurk into with minor positions. 370 a place, maybe worth an each way play on horse number 1 here.
Well, there we go. That's Raheel's lurker each way. Free Will 1380, 360. I think if we pass the microphone to 6 different people, they would probably have 6 different selections, because there's that kind of race where it's either Princess Azaria or anything could happen.
Three Little Birds. 3 Little Birds has come forward. We stock Market Boss, Flying Dragon, Free Will to step in, Princess Azaria, If You Say So, Where Stars Shine, La Dreamer, Madam Senator, Lemon Scent, Sacred Lily to come up. Gate 12, Sacred Lily and Richard Ferree. Gate 8 and Gate 4 to settle. And now on their journey from the 1950, Flying Dragon was very slow, 5 to 6 lengths when the starter said go. If You Say So, the first one to react, but you get the feeling there's going to be pressure. Princess Azaria is now going to go on a half. Sacred Lilies circumnavigated the field to race up into third as they swing on to the back stretch. 3 Little Birds with a little bit strong blue sleeves and cap out in the open. Just in front of that is We Stock Market Bourse. Towards the inside of runners, Madam Senator. They're about 6-7 lengths off the leaders. Where Stars Shine further back in the running. Lemon Scent towards the back end of the field. And then we have La Dreamer. They now race down towards the 1100 meter marker, and Sacred Lily decides to go on by 2 lengths. That's the new pacemaker, Sacred Lily. Princess Azariah's perfectly poised in second at the 900. If You Say So is now going to go past her a half a length. Then there's a length and a quarter. We Stock Market Bourse at the rail, Free Will. On the outside is Three Little Birds. That's got the blue sleeves and cap, 4.5 to 5 lengths off. Where Stars Shine, next line. Madam Senator to the inside, Lemon Scent. La Dreamer's in the yellow silks, and as for Flying Dragon, gonna have to make up a whole lot of ground. Sacred Lily, homeward bound, 500 to go. Princess Azariah, if she's gonna win, it's gonna be today. If You Say So's on the outside, trying to apply the pressure. Princess Azariah, If You Say So's a runner on the outside, and these are the two that have gone clear at the 200 meter marker. Free Will trying to stay on. On the inside, Princess Azariah, If You Say So's making a big race of it and's got her measure. If You Say So, a quick double for the connections to win it. Free Will second. Princess Azariah found nothing late on today. Lemon Scent was staying on. La Dreamer and We Stock Market Bourse. So, Princess Azariah moved up at the 400. If she was good enough, she would have won from there. But number 2, If You Say So, Craig Zaki, once again, for the Carlisle team, will come home and will go on to win by a length and a half. Free Will second. Princess Azariah, that's as good as it gets. And then came We Stock Market Bourse. Princess Azariah moved up. At that stage went by a half a length. Now, If You Say So applies big pressure. Craig Zaki, they come together for a few strides, and at that stage it looks like they'd fight it out, but Princess Azariah, nothing in the tank, whereas If You Say So finds that little bit extra. Number 1, Free Will, is the horse who is staying on out of the pack. Lemon Scent also doing some late progress, but the winning combination, the colours of the previous race, number 2, If You Say So. Well done to all the connections. Today we'll get that first prize.
Well, I just, before we go any further, need to rectify my little error earlier on. I did say that If You Say So was going to be ridden by Cole Dickin. My sincere apologies. It was Craig Zaki that did duty for the team. So it was 98.999%, nearly a quick double for the entire team. But Cole's run second in the race, and Craig Zaki is the man that's done duty for the team with If You Say So, and we look forward to talking to him in a moment. Power, the groom of the daughter of Flying the Flag, is here with us, and Power gets 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywood Bet. Well done, Chairman. Unfortunately, If You Say So stood on Power's foot a little earlier on, and I'm sure all is forgiven now that If You Say So has won. Who are we talking to first? Let's get Craig in. As I said, a lovely story with this horse, If You Say So, Flying the Flag mare out of Eastern Mark. Come on, Craig, it's definitely you, it's not Cole. My apologies, I said in the preview Cole was riding it, but we all make mistakes, we're human beings. But well done to you, good ride, and lovely for these colours and the connections, and to have a quick double. Tell us about the race.
Yeah, Warren, look, she had a good draw. I picked up a few bits and pieces from everyone who's ridden her, and they say she can be very lazy. She gets the cover, she normally just doesn't help you travel and doesn't really quicken, and she can be one pace and all that, and I just sort of put it all together. I initially did try leading. The two horses that came around were just a bit quicker, but then she started to drop the bit, so at the bend I opted to pull her one off and let her be there without the cover, and she actually started to travel nicely again, and I must say she was game. Calvin ran past and I thought, well, we'll run second, and I think because he made it an early move, it actually put him back on the job, and she ended up getting a second win and challenging, and I thought she won a nice race.
Yeah, I thought I was just telling Hayley a moment ago, when she hit the line, she actually did it fairly okay then.
She did. Look, she is still thinking about it. You would have seen her ears, they were all over the show, but hopefully this gives her a touch of confidence, and who knows, it's racing, anything can happen from here.
Lovely. Well done with this, and with this win, and I know that the Connections never had a double before, and they pleased as punch.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Well done to all the Connections, to the Carlisle family. Always a pleasure. These folks grew up visiting their house as an apprentice, so it brings back good memories. They've been good to myself. Well done to Mr. Dixon. Nice double for him today. The horses are looking good and running well. And just to my sponsors, the Mertz, Continue Walkable Drift. Thank you.
10 out of 10.
Thank you.
Let's get Mark Dixon in. Are we going to get Mark to chat to us? Not for the first time today. Come along, Marky, and lovely. And you said with Raheel a moment ago that, excuse me, with due respect to the field, it wasn't a strong field, and if she was going to go close or get it right, it could be today, and you were spot on.
Yeah, no, look, you're taking on the same horses month in, month out, really, with and these, especially these fillies, staying maidens, and when we surely we've got to have a chance in this. And I said to Hayley on the way, I'll be disappointed if she doesn't finish in the first three today, and You know, you need everything to go in your favour because all much of a muchness. And Craig gave her a great ride, I thought. And everything went her way, and she got her head in front, finally. And Kian will be delighted.
You've given the Carlisle family their first double. Isn't that a wonderful thing? They've been in racing for a long time. It's their first double.
No, it's brilliant. No. I'm going to buy Kian Jamisons now.
Well done. Let's get Mary in. We spoke to Kian a moment ago, and of course this was bred by you and your late husband, and it was in your family, and it was of course a quick double for Kinmount. And it was at the sale, and you said that we laughed because everyone has difference of opinions, but you showed this horse to somebody one day and you said, well, don't you think my horse is a very nice horse? And they said, if you say so.
That's absolutely right. That's not this horse. That was another horse.
Okay.
Called Newstream, actually, is a matter of interest, who's now gone on to win 600,000 Rand. So sorry for the mistake that you didn't get the horse. But it's lovely to be here, Warren. I'm laughing because, I mean, we come to the races and have one horse running and go home with nothing. Today we had 3 and we've had 2 winners. I mean,
it's a funny game. It's such an unpredictable game, isn't it?
100%. And so thanks to the Dixons for everything that they've done. They work so hard with our horses and have so much patience. Hayley's got a big scratch on her arm from Malcolm's Stream earlier. But yeah, they put everything into our horses. To Craig Zaki, who interestingly also used to spend time with us when he was at the academy. So he's also got a special place in our heart like Keegan. I know somebody who's been watching today, and that's Wisey. Wiseman Nyokwa. He always phones me from America and says, well done on your races. So Wisey, our children and theirs who are at home watching and shouting, it's been a lovely day.
It certainly has, and of course Everson watching down on us, he'll be still in his place accumulator, I'm sure.
No question.
Well done, Mary. Spot on. That's Mary Carlisle, and of course Kian and everybody, Mark and Hayley. Goosebump stuff, actually. Yes, it might be a weak little maiden, but these are what dreams and things are made of in horse racing. That's what makes it such a wonderful sport that we live and die for.
And Richard Furry, gate 8 and gate 4 to settle. And now on their journey from the 1950, Flying Dragon was very slow, 5 to 6 lengths when the starter said go. If you say so, the first one to react, but you get the feeling there's going to be pressure. Princess Azariah is now going to go on a half. Sacred Lilies circumnavigated the field to race up into third as they swing on to the back stretch. 3 Little Birds with a little bit strong blue sleeves and cap out in the open. Just in front of that is Wee Stock Market Bourse. Towards the inside of runners, Madam Senator. They're about 6-7 lengths off the leaders. Where Stars Shine further back in the running. Lemon Scent towards the back end of the field. And then we have La Dreamer. They now race down towards the 1100 meter marker, and Sacred Lily decides to go on by 2 lengths. That's the new pacemaker, Sacred Lily. Princess Azariah is perfectly poised in second at the 900. If you say so, is now going to go past her a half a length. Then there's a length and a quarter. Wee Stock Market Bourse at the rail, Free Will. On the outside is 3 Little Birds. That's got the blue sleeves and cap, 4.5 to 5 lengths off. Where Stars Shine, next line. Madam Senator to the inside, Lemon Scent. La Dreamer's in the yellow silks, and as for Flying Dragon, gonna have to make up a whole lot of ground. Sacred Lily, homeward bound, 500 to go. Princess Azariah, if she's gonna win, it's gonna be today. If you say so's on the outside, trying to apply the pressure. Princess Azariah, if you say so's a runner on the outside, and these are the 2 that have gone clear at the 200 meter marker. Free Will trying to stay on. On the inside, Princess Azariah, if you say so's making a big race of it and's got her measure. If you say so, a quick double for the connections to win it. Free Will second. Princess Azariah found nothing late on today. Lemon Scent was staying on. La Dreamer and Wee Stock Market Bourse. So, Princess Azariah moved up at the 400. If she was good enough, she would have won from there. But number 2, If You Say So, Craig Zaki, once again, for the Carlisle team, will come home and will go on to win by a length and a half. Free Will second. Princess Azariah, that's as good as it gets. And then came We Stock, Market Force. Princess Azariah moved up. At that stage went by a half a length. Now, If You Say So applies big pressure. Craig Zaki, they come together for a few strides, and at that stage it looks like they'd fight it out, but Princess Azariah, nothing in the tank, whereas If You Say So finds that little bit extra. Number 1, Free Will, is the horse who is staying on out of the pack. Lemon Scent also doing some late progress, but the winning combination, the colours of the previous race, number 2, If You Say So. Well done to all the connections. Today we'll get that first prize.
Race 7 on the card is an MR94 handicap over 1,600 meters. It goes at 16:13. It's a nice race. It's a competitive race, but some really top horses running, horses that we can look to follow throughout the next season. And we're going to show you a rerun of number 1, Aurora Storm. Way back on the 9th of April, ran second to Golden Peace. We selected this rerun because it's over exactly the same track and trip as race 7 on Sunday.
Snape needs the gaps to open. Golden Peace is still a runner. Aurora Storm on the outside. Down the inside, the Bayou's getting into it late on. Teichmann's fighting back. Golden Peace and Aurora Storm the last 100. Any of 4, but Golden Peace is looking to repel all challenges. And Golden Peace is staying on stoutly as they go to the line. Aurora Storm second, then came Release Me, and Time Taker taking off into the quartets.
Well, as I mentioned there, we saw Aurora Storm running second over 1,600 meters at Hollywood Bet Scottsville back on the 9th of April. It's had 2 starts since, and both have been very good runs, beating Pirate Prince on the 22nd of May, and then second to Ponte Pietra on the 3rd of June. Hasn't raced since the 3rd of June, but D's clearly with the draw. We know that the Richard Ferree Peter Muscat combination, they have a wonderful strike rate. I'm only going to put 2 horses into this leg of the jackpot in the Big Six. I know you're going wider, but I'm looking to the fancied horses 1, Aurora Storm, and 7, Kitchakal to get me through. The winning possibilities don't end there, I understand that, but firstly, what do you make of Aurora Storm?
I think with the right horse in the race. Good draw. Last time out, hopeless position. Tristan Godden was just gave the horse a chance and was running on nice. That was Ponte Pietra, is a very nice horse from the Dean Kanemayer stable. I think he's now won 3 in a row. If this horse can find a finish, as we saw in that replay, and we've seen since, especially that last start, I think from draw number 1, not going to be too far off them turning to that straight. You've got the right horse there, Graham, possibly the horse to beat. Kitchakal, your cover. Yeah, last time out, a bit one-paced over that 1,400 meter trip. I see they're going a furlong further, which could be the answer because won well at that penultimate start over 1,600 meters. So you're on the right 2 horses. For the place accumulator and the bipod, place accumulator, you're on the right 2 horses. For the Pick 6, Graham, I think there's some, you mentioned at the top of this preview that you could follow some of these horses for the rest of the season. I think one of them is number 6, Fateful Day, who continues to slide in the ratings, although ever so slightly from that last start. But again, penultimate start, 13 out of 15 last time out. Bigger fields, higher number draws. It's a smaller field, 6 out of 10. And Atandirium Gutla and Garrett Van Zyl, this combination, I think wherever they race, I see now they're teaming up in the Western Cape where Garrett's got some horses there that he's taken down. Follow them. 8 Willow Express, I was just telling you off air, I was a bit confused when Sean Terry raced this horse over 1,200 last time out. Maybe he just had a plan of a race in mind, having a look at the fixture list just to bring this horse along nicely. And although it hasn't won in some time, for a long time in fact, I think that rating dropped from a 104 to a 90. good chance. And then I want you to make a choice for me, Graham, because I'm going to stick with my rule. I'm not going to include the field here. I'm going to go 5 runners. Numbers 1, 6, 7, and 8 are my firm first 4. Between 9 and 10, I want to include one of them. Which one would you go for?
Wow. You're saddling me with responsibility. What if I choose the wrong one and you go one and you get the pick 6?
No, I'm hoping that you come through with 1 and 7 now. Because
I'm going to answer the question. I'm not going to duck the issue. For me, number 10, Ideal Act. I think that he runs well. I think he needed his last run. They'll drop him out from that draw. I'm pretty certain about that. So he's going to have to...
2 races left to come your way at Hollywood Bet Scottsville this afternoon. 11 minutes to get involved in the penultimate race on the program. It's an MR 94 handicap over 1600 meters. Scratched is number 9, which is Shampompo Shampizi. It's a field of 9 runners that go to post. Now, number 1, which is Aurora Storm, that's your current favorite, R2.80 and 90 cents a place. Here's number 3, Boundless Bash. Wendy Whitehead, Calvin Abib team up, and the yard are expecting a bold performance from this horse today, Boundless Bash. He is a 4-year-old son of Judd Pot. That's won 2 times from 12 outings and 1 run over course and distance for 1 second. I would think he's got his work cut out in this event. Last time out, he raced in a Pinnacle and he was beaten 5th behind Ponte Pietra. He's got a good draw, but I just get the feel that he's got a bit more to do, given that he takes on some decent horses in this event here. His last win did come in a merit-rated 73 handicap. That was a D-class event, and he was on a mark of 86. He's on a mark of 96, and let's see how he goes today, but more 1 for the places for me. Number 1, Aurora Storm. Now, he ran a cracking second behind Ponte Pietra last time out. He wasn't beaten too far, just about a length. Pole position draw, returning off a 2-month layoff. If he's he could just need the out-in, but it could well be fit enough to do himself justice in this event. Number 1, Aurora Storm. He's a win over the course in distance, along with a second to his name. He did go up 4 points for running second last time out, so he races off a mark of 89. He wears those pink blinkers. He looks to be in a good space, does number 1, Aurora Storm. And let's see how he goes with Richard Foree on his back. And Richard, he'll be looking to break the ice on this Sunday. Here's number 6, Fateful Day. Garrett Van Zyl, Atandiwe Mkutwa team up. He's a 5-year-old son of Master of My Fate. He's won 4 times from 22 starts. Last time out, well held behind former gear in 7th position. It's a smaller field. He's got a much better draw, so he could be a bit closer to the action. 1600 meters, possibly stretching him a bit, but one that you want to include into trifectas and quartets. Number 10, Ideal Act, Dean Kanamaki, Craig Zaki. I think he's a horse that you have to have healthy respect for here. Last time out behind Celestial City, I think he would have just needed that run. He seemed to be traveling oh so smoothly, and he just never really got clear sailing on that occasion. But I think he's a horse that can make his presence felt in a big way in this event. But Sheldon, over to you for the canter pass.
Number 2 is Cherokee Trail, Serena Mudley. Parading number 1, Aurora Storm, Richard Foree. Now turning to canter by. Here's number 1, Aurora Storm. Parading number 4, Adabar, Sipesesle Tlengwa. Number 5, Beyond the Boundary, Rachel Venica. Number 4, Adabar passing by. Number 6, Fateful Day, Atandiwe Mgutwa. And 7, Kitchakil, Seanville. Number 8, Willow Express, also getting involved there with Kabela Matsanyani. Here's number 8, Willow Express. Number 6, Fateful Day, following him through with Atandiwe Mgutwa. And then number 10, Ideal Act, Craig Zaki. The Grey Willow Express, number 8, is moving on by. Then number 6, Fateful Day. Number 10, Ideal Act. Quite a few rating changes on their latest runs, so you're going to have to do the math. You heard from Rahil. That's the runners for race number 7 on their way to the 1600 meter starting point.
They're on their way down to the start for race number 7, and they're going to be locked and loaded at the 1600 meter mark. Scratched is number 9, Shampompo Shampizi, takes no part. The favourite at this point in time is horse number 1, Aurora Storm, paying 3 Rand and 1.1 for the place. Well then, let's start with Aurora Storm at the top of the page. And this gelding is by Gimme the Green Light out of a Water Winter mare for Peter Muscat and the Waterman Wenzel team, who are on course today. Richard Ferrie is the pilot, and they should get a lovely smooth run in transit from gate 1. And he ran on powerfully last time to finish second to Ponte Pietra, and is returning off a slight rest. There's number 1, Aurora Storm, in shot, being trotted up, warmed up. And this son of Gimme the Green Light really looks in good nick, does number 1, Aurora Storm. Lovely visuals coming through there of Aurora Storm, your current tote favourite. Big runner, big chance, a must for all bets. 3 is Boundless Bash. These colours have been in the winner's enclosure already today. He's a handsome son, a handsome grey son of Judd Pot. Never too far off the action. And yep, if we ignore that last start, which was a little disappointing, but it was his first run back from a layoff, so we're not going to be too harsh on him. On overall form, Boundless Bash, look at him behind the pens. He really is a good-looking chap. Yes, being grey certainly helps. Calvin Habib, Wendy Whitehead. Where does Boundless Bash fit in the pecking order for you?
I give him more for place chance than a winning chance, Warren. Just having a look at his form, he's obviously gone up a few points because he's run behind the likes of Seat again. He was then dropped a point, 2 points. He then went up 4 points after the second behind Manhattan Cafe. So I think he's a horse that's got more for place chance than winning one. I think he's got a couple to beat in this event. He last won in an MR 73 handicap where the average rating was 70. This is a lot more competitive. And yeah, let's see how he goes, but one that I'll include into trifectas and quartets.
Let's talk about Adabar. And you might say to me, well, why do you want to talk about Adabar? Well, he's a son of Rabada, horse number 4, and MJ Oudendal has made no secret that he's always rated Adabar. And 3rd on debut, 4th and then 1st, absolutely trotted up in the maidens, beating Safe Space. He then ran 5 lengths off Ponte Pietra. He's also a handsome individual, is Adabar. And his last start he ran not such a good race, but that was over 1,200 metres. And MJ told us that that was just his comeback run, and I'm sure that he's going to come on from that run. Whether he's come on enough to win a race like this, I don't know, but I wouldn't be shocked if he came on enough to run a place.
Yeah, well, he's a good-looking horse, and we have to keep a very close eye on him in this race here. Maybe one that you want to throw into the quartets because he could certainly boost those dividends at 4 and 74 place.
Let's skip a few because we can't talk about all of them. Beyond the Boundary, Fateful Day, they looked well. They also there and thereabouts, got to have some sort of a chance. But let's go to number 7, Kit Shakel, who I thought looked in pristine condition. This is for Hollywood Bets. Duncan Howells and Sean Veal, course and distance 1 for 1. Needed his last start, and it was an excellent run. 4th, 3 lengths off Celestial City. There he is behind the pens. He really looks well. And the conditioner told us he's just worried about the pace. They need to go a pace. This horse needs a proper pace. If they canter sprint, well then Kitchikil could be in some trouble. It's named after the Annika and Anita. Annika's here today. And let's see what Kitchikil can do. Once upon a time ran 2nd, in fact nearly beat Winchester Mansion.
Yeah, Warren, I think he's a massive runner. I liked his chances last time out in a big way, and he obviously came up for air over the final 100 meters. But he'll no doubt strip a much fitter horse today. 1 from 1 over course and distance. He's taken on much stronger than what most of the field have been up against, and I think he's a huge runner without question. Narina, Trogon, Strawberry Bear, all very, very nice horses. So I think Kitchakal is going to go extremely close to getting that third career victory in this event. He's got 59 kgs on the back. Massive runner for me. The horse that I think is going to run a big race at a nice price on the tote, 772 rand 10, number 10, Ideal Act. Now, he's a horse that has done well at the course. Last time out, he seemed to be traveling so well, and the gaps just weren't there, and he didn't manage to get the right run over the final stages of the race. But I think if everything works out and go according to plan for him today, especially now that he steps up in trip, having his Ideal Act running a huge race, he's taken on some competitive events, some competitive fields, and he'll be a horse that will be looking to run at them late on in the day, and I'm sure Craig Zaki will be itching to represent his new trainer with their first winner.
Okay, let's have a look and see how the race unfolds. The lead horse is there with Ideal Act. Ideal Act looks outstanding. The lead horse has been nibbling on the grass in the parade ring. He's nibbling on the grass at the start, and yeah, he's loving life, is the lead pony as he goes down and gets some more grass. Our man upstairs, he's going to rack them, stack them, and call them home for us.
Final equipment checks being done. Runners now being called to load. Boundless Bash the Grey, Beyond the Boundary, Aurora Storm, Kitchakal, Cherokee Trail, Aurora Storm, Adabar's dancing around, Ideal Acts on the right hand side, Fateful Day, All Royal Blue Silks, Beyond the Boundary, the other grey Willow Express to come in, bringing up Adabar, Willow Express, Ideal Act, 1600 meters, Willow Express just to close the gate, flags up, racing away. Starter caught them in a perfect line at the 1600 meter marker. Adabar and Boundless Bash, the first duo to respond. 2 lengths ahead of Aurora's Storm. It passed the 1400, and I can tell you the pace is hot. Willow Express further back in the running. At this point in time, Beyond the Boundary and Kitchakal, they team up together as they're about to go into the turn. Fateful Days further back in the running. At the back of the field, Ideal Act. A free striding Adabar goes around the turn past 1,000 by 2. Boundless Bashers, Lonely in second. 1.5 lengths Cherokee Trail, Aurora Storm. Willow Express on the outside, hard held. Beyond the Boundary, Kitchakal's third to last. Fateful Day second to last. 9 lengths off the leaders. Anchor. Homeward Bound 600 to go. Adabar doing the buying and the bidding. Boundless Bash cornered second. On the outside, Cherokee Trail. Aurora Storm, the pink blinkers on the inside. Cherokee Trail's trying to warm up. Kitchakal's come to the outside. Beyond the Boundaries on the inside. Coming inside the 300, Boundless Bash now moves up. Towards the inside, Cherokee Trail's looking for a way through. Kitchakal's on the outside, Adabar. Down the inside, Aurora Storm. Adabar's hanging tough, Aurora Storm. Cherokee Trail, Kitchakal's getting going late on the outside. Adabar, they hit the line. Adabar just maybe from Kitchakal. It's close. Adabar, Kitchakal as they go to the line, but the pink and black silks of Adabar. Kitchakal's in photos. Aurora Storm, Beyond the Boundary, and Cherokee Trail. I think number 4, Adabar, has lasted just long enough. Here it comes, and number 4, Adabar, has kept him at bay. Kitchakel second. Beyond the boundary, Cherokee Trail as they dash past. We'll wait for the judges. Adabar's in front. Kitchakel's on the extreme right-hand side. Beyond the boundary, Cherokee Trail. Adabar just continues to plug away in front. Kitchakel's got the purple cap with the yellow star on top, and it's Adabar in front. Cherokee Trail, Aurora Storm, Kitchen Day as they hit the line. Number 4, Adabar. MJ Udendal with MJ Udendal Racing Stables. Closest to us, Kitchakel. Cherokee Trail, the white caps between them. Beyond the boundaries, and Aurora Storm. The riders looking out, so we'll wait on the judges to post these official placings. Back to the studio.
I'm looking forward to talking to MJ about this victory, because Adabar is a horse that he's always rated, as we said to you in the pre-race parade ring preview, that he's always liked this horse Adabar, and the 1200 was a run that he needed, and he's come on. I thought he would come on to place, but he's done that. He's come on to take first place, and the groom is Lindile Letaba, and Lindile gets 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywood Bets and Gold Circle. And well done to MJ and to Lindile. Congratulations. Let's talk to Well, I've talked to you first, that's no problem. It doesn't really matter, but I don't know if you heard...
Let's let him... are you riding in the next race? Okay, you talk first.
Sibusihle Schlingwa. Lovely. The first time, Sibusihle, that you've ridden this horse in a race, I'm sure you would have done some work on him. How does he feel underneath you?
He moves very well, you know, he's got a very lovely action. Mr. Odendal he called me, he said, Spare, can you please ride this horse for me?
What's his name?
MJ. Then I was doing a little bit of work at home, and he told me, I was very confident coming to the race, he told me, Spare, trust me, this horse will run well for you, you know. So just big thank you to him for giving me this opportunity to ride this horse. I'm just really grateful, thank you very much. And then to Miss Taryn, thank you very much to her. And then to the Academy, the Ride Masters, and to my sponsors, Eversham Park, thank you.
Well, Sibusihle, you've done them proud, well done. And a good, strong ride. And with more rides like this, I'm sure you'll get many more chances. Well done, good effort, and everyone's proud of you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sibusihle Schlingwa, let's get MJ in. Raheel and I were talking, and I just mentioned that you've always made no secret, and the last run was a comeback run over the 1200, and we mentioned that day. I did expect him to come on, but I didn't expect him to come on this much. Well done.
Yeah, what's that good filly of Sean Terry's? The half sister.
You're asking me, I can't remember what won the previous race.
Anyway, I forgot. Calvin rides. Taryn will probably know. Taryn, what's that filly of Sean Terry? He's a half brother to Under Your Spell, you know. So I didn't know if I was going mad or someone else was going mad, because the first time I worked him, I said he's probably one of the top 30 I've ever sat on, and I've sat on 140,000 horses. And coming to races today, and the horse is 55 to 1. I was thinking, well, someone is going crazy, you know what I mean? But actually, this is, we've got a very special man at home, Uncle Bram Malherbe, who's the cornerstone of picking our young horses, you know, sometimes stoned in the corner, but he's our cornerstone. And he really, I mean, when I bought this horse home, Darren said to me, how can you pay money for a horse that can hardly see over the stable door? You know, and Uncle Bram, thank God, admittedly, I can't choose horses. Obviously, it's never been part of my life, but I'm very blessed to have him. I've always rated this horse. I mean, it's the second time he's run over a mile, 55 to 1. Thank you very much to that. That was I really don't know why I started that price, you know, but you take what you can get, don't you?
Absolutely, you take what you can get. But well done to you and your whole team, because it's a good training effort. You've always liked him, you've always rated him, and the trust and faith that you've had in this horse, he's rewarding you now, not only with the stake check, but with a good price too. Well done, Em.
Yeah, thank you. I said to Mr. Phil Georgia upstairs, I said it's the second time he's running over a mile. He's run once over a mile and he won by 6. And things didn't go quite good. He stabled next to the big fellow at home. That's after I got the virus. He came through it quite... Both of them took a bit of a knock, but the big fella got an abscess, so he'll be stepping out in the next 6 weeks. So when I mention the big fella, please listen.
Lovely, well done, MJ Odendaal. Lovely, always a colourful character of the industry. Lovely to chat to him about Adabar. And yeah, he's quite right, he's made no secret. He rates this horse, and lively raced, and I'm sure they got nowhere near to the bottom of him. Adabar, son of Rabada, king out of a King Mambo mare, bred by Summerhill. But as we all know, Rabada now stands at Bloomhill.
Willow Express just to close the gate. Flags up, racing away. Starter caught them in a perfect line at the 1600 metre marker. Adabar and Boundless Bash, the first duo to respond. 2 lengths ahead of Aurora's Storm at past the 1400, and I can tell you the pace is hot. Willow Express further back in the running. At this point in time, Beyond the Boundary and Kitchikel, they team up together as they're about to go into the turn. Fateful Days further back in the running. At the back of the field, Ideal Act. A free striding Adabar goes around the turn past the 1000 by 2. Boundless Bashes, Lonely in second. A length and a half, Cherokee Trail, Aurora Storm. Willow Express on the outside, hard held. Beyond the Boundary, Kitchikel's third to last. Fateful Day second to last. 9 lengths off the leaders. And that leaves Ideal Act as the anchor. Homeward Bound 600 to go. Adabar doing the buying and the bidding. Boundless Bash cornered second. On the outside, Cherokee Trail. Aurora Storm, the pink blinkers on the inside. Cherokee Trail's trying to warm up. Kitchikel's come to the outside. Beyond the Boundaries on the inside. Coming inside the 300, Boundless Bash now moves up. Towards the inside, Cherokee Trail's looking for a way through. Kitchikel's on the outside, Adabar. Down the inside, Aurora Storm. Adabar's hanging tough, Aurora Storm. Cherokee Trail, Kitchikel's getting going late on the outside. Adabar, they hit the line. Adabar just maybe from Kitchikel. It's close. Adabar, Kitchikel as they go to the line, but the pink and black silks of Adabar. Kitchikel's in photos. Aurora Storm, Beyond the Boundary, and Cherokee Trail. I think number 4, Adabar, has lasted just long enough. Here it comes, and number 4, Adabar, has kept them at bay. Kitchikel second. Beyond the Boundary, Cherokee Trail as they dash past. We'll wait for the judges. Adabar's in front. Kitchikel's on the extreme right-hand side. Beyond the Boundary, Cherokee Trail. Adabar just continues to plug away in front. Kitchikel's got the purple cap with the yellow star on top, and it's Adabar in front. Cherokee Trail, Aurora Storm. Kitchikel's coming very late in the day as they hit the line. Number 4, Adabar, MJ Udendal. With MJ Udendal Racing Stables, closest to us, Kitchikel. Cherokee Trail, the white caps between them. Beyond the Boundaries, the inside. And Aurora Storm, the riders looking out. So we'll wait on the judges to post these official placings. Back to the studio.
Well, we're on to race number 8. It's over 1,200 meters. It's a merit-rated 70 handicap. Let's get into our rerun, and it's from the Michael Roberts State.
And then comes All the Time. Coming to the 200-meter marker, Quest for the Best. Northern Warriors a runner, and All the Time is on the outside. Then Pominion and Tribute to You. It's still Quest for the Best. Northern Warrior, Pominion, and All the Time over the last 100 meters, though. And Quest for the Best still goes, though. Quest for the Best has won, and Northern Warrior second, All the Time third, and Pominion ran fourth.
Yes, he's a new intake that my client bought off the offline online sale. Nice little horse. Still learning about him. He'll probably need the run for us because his better form is probably over a bit further. Yes, he's coming from the run, and I expect a big run from him. Yes, he could. Depends how the kid handle him. Oh, obviously, I believe his better form is over 1,000 meters. But, if the kid can handle him, I think he's a big runner.
Well, before we touch on race number 9, to you, the valued racing fan, I've done the slog, and I'm trying to combine grams, numbers with mine, since we've been previewing a pick 6. Well, I've gone banker race number 3, Jane's Vision, so that was 9. And then we've gone 3, 5, and 8, so we both agreed on that, and we've included number 4 there, Graham, which is your selection. So I went 3, 5, and 8, and we included Valley Gal, that's 4. Then I went banker, I'm sticking with that. I know that you went with the field. I went banker number 5, a little bit naughty. And then you suggested that, it's either Princess Azaria or the field. So we're going to go banker 4 there. So it's banker 9 by 3, 4, 5, 8 by banker 5 by banker 4. And then what I've done in the next leg, I've actually elected to go with your 2 horses, 1 and 7, just reducing the perm by a lot. Now we've got money to spend because we've gone banker by 4 horses, by banker 4, by 1 and 7. Surely we can include the field now.
Well, the only surefire way of getting through this leg is the toughest race in the card. It's one of these very competitive MR70 handicaps over 1,200 meters. It's interesting, just going back to the interview package, Michael Roberts has got the 3 runners. Lal Timo's just joined the yard. He thinks that'll need the run. Then obviously he's got 1 other in the race, but I'm curious about number 12, Sea Vista, because he's given Apprentice Plykies the chance here to take 4 kilograms off the back, and Sea Vista comes in thus with only 58 kilograms. And he's, so he mentioned there, we're not quite sure how Apprentice Plykies are going to go, but I think it's very commendable that one bit of 4.
That is young Plykies. There are a few young guys that will be coming out and they're worth following, because there is a lack of claim 4s these days, but hopefully we see more of them appear on our racetracks. Northern Warrior, I think the right rerun was chosen. Graham, I tell you, the guys are looking to stick with my rule, which is half the field, and you're going to have to include 7 runners. And number chances to that horse. You mentioned number 6, Trade War. What about a horse like Eddie the Mover? Although carrying 62 kgs, this type of horse could be in the shake-up. Saipan, a front runner. I know that this is not his favorite track, and I've included 11, Sea Vista, and 14. Give me a rainbow. It's very difficult, as you mentioned, Graham. I mean, I'm just looking at numbers here. I'll tell you what, if we go banker 9 by 3, 4, 5, and 8, by banker 5, by banker 4, and then we include my 5 runners there in the penultimate leg instead of numbers 1 and 7, we go 1, 6, 7, 8, and 9. It's 3 bankers, and the perm is only costing 20 rand, Cam, going into the last leg. So if you multiply this out by 15, I mean, that is just going to cost you 300.
Yeah, then I wouldn't try and narrow down the last leg. A couple of runners I just want to re-mention. Obviously, Northern Warrior, we picked out the rerun there. I think he's probably one of the chief protagonists in the race. One of the 3 horses in the race from Michael Roberts. Interesting to see how Plykies goes in the stable companion Sea Vista. But I do want to talk about Trade War, because I do think this horse is way overpriced. You can get 25 to 1 in the anti-pose market. And
always like this horse, because you've singled this horse out a few times.
Yeah, I think he's got a bit of talent, and the fact is effectively racing off a merit rating of 64 with Lihaba, who's at least ridden some winners and knows what it is to get a horse into the winner's enclosure. So his rating has dropped to way below, effectively way below. He won on the 29th of March, beating Gimme a Rainbow, who's in this race. He won that off a rating of 70. He now runs effectively off a rating of 64. So I'm going to have a little each-way nibble, number 6, Trade War, without much confidence, at big odds. I think he's worth a mention, but I already said to you, I think this is the hardest race in the card. And I think if you've narrowed down the pick 6 perm as you have, then D's, I think we include the field.
I'm looking at one horse here. I may have just found something just by, once you were talking about Trade War. This horse all around the world, strange but true, that all of his runs here in KZN have been on the poly track. I wonder why they haven't put him on the turf. I know that his turf form up in Gauteng wasn't the worst. 14 starts forwards at 7 places, Graham. That's a 50% place strike rate. He's now come down 54 kgs, and you often see it. You often by design, but to get a horse's rating down.
The first horse that we're talking about is number 13, Red Mahogany, for Alison Wright, Michael Leaf, and Matthew Thackeray is the pilot, and is one of the long shots of the race, and on current form, hard to fancy. But in saying that, the previous race, the first and second horses past the line were the biggest and second biggest outsiders. So what do we say about Red Mahogany? There is an early runner, number 11, All Around the World, who's by Oasis Dream out of same jurisdiction. So you take that pedigree and think about that. Oasis Dream out of same jurisdiction. The next horse is number 3. This is Geronimo, Wendy Whitehead's horse. She races this in partnership with Ian Howard. Nikki Patel's going to ride. And Geronimo, yeah, has popped up and run some encouraging races, but also a couple of non-so-encouraging races. Geronimo is one of the long shots in the race. Let's see what Geronimo can do today. Number 9 is up next. Number 9 is Saipan. Saipan is for Com Naidu. Kabela Matsanyane rides. And Saipan, yeah, has been running some fair races recently, and a horse that you might want to include into your larger quartets and trifectas. But the field, ladies and gentlemen, for the very last time today, are leaving the parade ring.
Passing by is number 14, Gimme a Rainbow, Trent Mayu, number 5, Buster Keith and Robert Carty, 10, McCartney, Atandiwe Mgutwa, number 6, Trade War, Kabeli Lahaba, Roy's July Magic, number 8, Kelvin Abib, plus a half, number 9, Saipan, also plus a half, Kabela Matsanyane, number 15 and darker moving by, Serena Mudley. Breven Plakis, number 12 Sea Vista, number 1 L'Altimo, Rachel Venica, 13 Red Mahogany, Matthew Thackeray, Super 6 Letling was on number 2, Northern Warrior, passed by Eddie the Mover, number 7, Tristan Godden. Number 3, Geronimo, Nicholas Patel. Number 4, Senor Garcia, Richard Ferry.
They're on their way down to the 1200 meter marker for the final race on today's card. And it's the Hollywood Bets Bright Future Ameritrated 70 handicap, and it doesn't get any easier. You spoke to Michael Roberts, and that was, I just wasn't listening to the interviews, but he's got 1 or 2 nice runners here. He's got a new horse in the form of L'Altimo, but the one that keeps me interested is Northern Warrior.
Yeah, Northern Warrior, you did mention, he's an old boy. Obviously his last effort was a decent run, and he's expecting a nice run from him today. And he's got Sipa Sisleshlengo aboard, and I can tell you that he's the horse that has attracted all the support from around 8-1 shorts and 6-1 into 33-10. So he's the money horse as we edge closer to race time with around 6 minutes to go.
Okay, so the money is down on Northern Warrior. You've just heard it from Mr. Radhakrishna, from 8-1 into 33-10. So there we go. The money's on Northern Warrior. And why not? His last start was attractive. His overall form is good. And he's won at this course. He's placed at this course. For Mr. Augustin, let's respect the money. Big money for Northern Warrior. Number 9 is Saipan, Com Naidu's horse, and also a horse that hasn't won for a long time. But his last couple of starts, he's shown zest in his last couple of starts. I know he hasn't placed because he folded. but the fact is that there's still some spark there.
Yeah, he's a 7-year-old now, Warren. He's won twice. He's never really run well at the course, 6 runs for 6 blank efforts. And last time out, he showed quite a bit of pace, and then, as you mentioned, he just folded over the final bit. He's got 52 on his back. He's a horse that's going to try to continue to roll out in front. He's definitely one of the pace anchors in this race here, but I think he's got his work cut out. Definitely one for trifectas and quartets. Horse number 7, Eddie the Mover. He catches the eye. I know he has to carry 62 kgs, but he's a horse that has dropped from a 86 down to 74. His last start behind Forest Jump was a decent effort, running half a length off them, and he was returning off a slight layoff. He's having his second run after a rest now, and he drops even further in class. This is a Class E event which he tries and runs in for the very, very first time. He's campaigned against a lot more tougher than this, and I think he's going to go very close. So he's the best horse in the race, therefore he's got to carry the 62 kgs. And if things go his way, I think Eddie the Mover will run a huge race. He's had 3 starts at the course, 2 over course and distance for 1/3. But I think given that it's a race where he's down in class, the average rating is 64, I think he can make his presence felt in a big way.
Yeah, and I agree with you wholeheartedly with Eddie the Mover. He's a son of Vercingetorix. He's trained by Yogas Govender. Yogas Govender has his horses in a really good space, and they're running well, and they come to the races and they do their very best. And he might not have the biggest string, Mr. Yogas Govender, but he's certainly got a competitive string. And Eddie the Mover nearly got it all right last time. And if he were to get it right today, it would be absolutely no shock. That's Eddie the Mover. Now, let me ask you a little bit about all around the world, because when you look at pedigrees, well, he's by Oasis Dream out of same jurisdiction. And I'm not surprised that the team have persisted with him, because he's returning from a rest. He could run fresh. Maybe it's exactly what he needed, was a bit of a rest, because he had some racing. And I think for quartets and trifectas, he mustn't be dismissed, this horse all around the world. The blood's there. There is some ability. I wouldn't turn my back on all around the world.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's obviously a well-bred horse. He started off his career with Justin Snaith, and then he's moved around since, but yeah, I'm not sold on his chances. 123 days since his last start. Maybe you want to throw him into quartets, because he could be a nice lurker that could just pop up, but I'm finding it difficult to see him running a nice race here. What do you make of number 14, Give Me a Rainbow? Because I thought with the 4 kgs off the back, especially over 1200 meters, even though he's a lot better on the poly track, I think over this trip he could be a horse that at around 10 to 1 in the market for exactors, swingers, those type of bets.
He hasn't won at this course, but he has placed. That's my only small concern, is that he hasn't won here. But when Giving a Rainbow opens the jets, wow, he puts in a finish. He's got a turn of foot second to none, has Gimme a Rainbow, and he's been such a soldier for the yard. Yeah, if he were to win a race like this, I certainly wouldn't be shocked. So yes, Gimme a Rainbow must get some airtime as well. Sea Vista, Michael Roberts' other rider. Now, young Plykies, you set me straight earlier on. It wasn't his first ride. He's had 1 or 2 rides, but he hasn't had his first winner yet.
Yeah, he hasn't had his first winner yet, but let's see how he goes. Speaking to Michael Roberts during the week, he did mention that he's given this young kid a chance, and he was of the opinion that he could just be better over 1,000 meters. He's had 3 runs over the 12, but he hasn't really put his best foot forward. And I think that Give Me a Rainbow could turn the form around with him based on that run behind Philly Spiel last time out.
Okay, give us 2 horses for the final race, because they're going to start loading soon.
7 and 14.
7 and 14. That is Eddie the Mover, and 14 is Gimme a Rainbow. That's Rahil Radhakrishna's selection. Let me give you 2 numbers. I'm going at 2 Northern Warrior, 7 Eddie the Mover, maybe some swingers, boxed exactors, etc. But the common denominator between Rahil and I is Eddie the Mover. For the last time today, we go upstairs to Sheldon. We thank him for his contribution to today's race meeting, and he calls home the last.
Thanks very much. Runners and riders for the Hollywood Bets Bright Future 70 handicap coming forward. L'Ultimo, Geronimo, Eddie the Mover's in, Saipan, All Around the World, Red Mahogany, and darker. Give me a rainbow stepping up. Sea Vista. Trade War. Senor Garcia. Buster Keaton to move in. McCartney. 13. Red Mahogany to settle. Flags up. They sprinting away from the 1200 meter marker. Northern Warriors a few lengths off with Trade War and Roy's July Magic all around the world. Green and white silks of Geronimo on the left-hand side and darkers on the right-hand side. Sea Vista, Eddie the Mover, Saipan down the middle. Buster Keaton, Northern Warrior, Senor Garcia, La Ultimo. All around the world, McCartney, Give Me a Rainbow the outside, and then comes Red Mahogany. Sea Vista down the middle of the course and in darker. These are the two cutting out the speed. Eddie the Mover's about 5 off the inside. Geronimo, McCartney. Give Me a Rainbow towards the outside. Then comes All Around the World. Inside the final 400. Now on the inside, Eddie the Mover and McCartney start to run on. Sea Vista the outside. Anybody's race coming to the 200. On the outside, Sea Vista and Darker's trying to fight on. McCartney the inside. Sea Vista's going great guns though the last 100. And Breven Plarkies and Sea Vista to win it. And Darker second, McCartney and Senor Garcia. A big moment for the apprentice here. Well done to Breven Plarkies. Well, if it's his first winning ride, number 12, Sea Vista, a horse with form for the Michael Roberts camp, and just kept plugging away down the middle of the course for a host of connections. Well done to all. Sea Vista, the Canford Cliffs, gets the victory. And Darker, McCartney, Senor Garcia. Northern Warrior, Give Me a Rainbow, Eddie the Mover in a big field. Sea Vista was 3 off the right-hand side, and Darker comes back for a bit more. McCartney, Eddie the Mover the inside, but there you'll see the apprentice just showing this on the stick the last 100 meters, and he'll be beaming with delight as they go past the post, and it'll be lovely to listen to the post-race interview, which will make his dreams come true. From myself, Sheldon Peters, back to the studio.
Well, this is going to be a very, very special moment because young Brevin Plaatjes has just ridden his first winner, and there's great joy all round, and we're going to let everybody enjoy the moment because that's what racing is all about. It's the last race, and it's lovely to have Brevin's gran and his family at the races today, and they're going to filter around the winners area and just enjoy this very, very, very special moment. By Nelson, trained by Michael Roberts, and ridden to victory by Brevin Plaatjes and owned by Messrs. Tosti, Band and Kethro. Nelson, 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywood Bets and Gold Circle. Well done to you, Nelson. Hearty congratulations. Well done. Michael, let's talk to you first while all the photographs and all the celebrations are going on, and it's just an absolutely wonderful thing. How many, I was just asking you, said isn't it great to hear all the joy? You've given apprentices their first winners many.
Yeah, you know, over the years, yes, you know, and this kid, to be honest with you, Adam said to me, let's get a 4 kg claimer. It was a bit of a job to find one. And then, you know, he saw Bevan riding work at Summerfield, and he said, well, give the kid a chance. So, I mean, one thing I must say, you know, I asked him, I said, listen here, my only problem is, you know, is obviously the 1200 because the jockey's ridden it before, said to me, no, you know, 1,000-meter horse. Please hang on to you until the 200-meter mark, and he did it to perfection. I must say that, you know, the kid, you know, he listened, which is it's a big plus for him, you know what I mean. And a big thank you to Doug Band and to, you know, Adam for this horse. You know, he's not an easy child to train. He's got his problems, but no, I think we've done well with him, and a big thank you to my team.
Yeah, you certainly have done well. His form is consistent, and well done for taking the weight off. And you'll be again a part of a young rider's life, and well done to you. It's really special moments like this that make racing, isn't it?
Exactly, you know, and you know, obviously he won't forget this win. I promise you that. He'll be dreaming about it. He'll be running around all the time. But special.
Who was your first winner?
Smyrna, same track.
There we go, Smyrna, same track. Well done, Michael.
Distance as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Spot on. Most enjoyable. Come on, Brevin. Did one of the members of your family say Chelsea was going to win today?
Yes, sir. They definitely said Chelsea.
Talk about Brevin Plaatjes, because to see the family and friends and your supporters cheering you on, there was Facebook posts about you and how things are, you're making so many people proud. And Roberts, well done.
I'm really appreciate Mr. Michael Roberts and Mr. Adam Kethro and partners for helping me out with this ride. And Mr. Roberts told me exactly what to do, and I obeyed to what he said, and it paid off.
Tell us, he said you couldn't criticize the ride at all. You did everything right, and you pushed the button at the right time. And what was going through your mind as you went past the finishing post?
When I was like riding, Serena was on the side of me, and I just saw I started going clear off from him, and then I started saying, now this is my win, and I'm going to have this win. It's going to be mine.
Well, you've struck gold early in your career. keep your head strong, keep working hard, and all those people that are supporting you and your family and friends, well done. And this is a special, special moment, young man.
Yes, sir. Last thanks. I'd like to say thank you to the South African Jockey Academy. They've really helped me because I haven't really known about horses. I'm new to the equine world, so I'm really appreciate for the academy. And I'd like to say thanks for the people that are watching me. And this is really nice for me to be in this horse racing game. And there's more to come. Thanks.
Absolutely, and even Mr. MJ Wordendal said he's been keeping a close eye on you.
Big thanks to Mr. Wordendal. Mr. Wordendal called me in after my second ride, and he's been teaching me. He's showing me where I'm wrong. He teaches me. After every horse I ride, he tells me what's wrong and what's right, and I'm learning a lot from Mr. Wordendal. I'm really thankful for Mr. Wordendal.
Well, 10 out of 10, young man. Well done. Congratulations, that's Brevin Plaatjes, ridden his first win. A bit of a long interview, but there's a few tears amongst the crowd, of tears of joy. And that's what it's all about. Young Brevin Plaatjes has really done a good job in the saddle. The wrap is up next. Sorry for the delay in the long interview, but it had to be special for the young man.
Flags up. They sprinting away from the 1200 metre marker. Northern Warriors a few lengths off with Trade War and Roy's July Magic all around the world. Green and white silks of Geronimo on the left hand side and Darkers on the right hand side. Sea Vista, Eddie the Mover, Saipan down the middle. Buster Keaton, Northern Warrior, Senor Garcia, La Ultimo. All around the world McCartney, and then comes Red Mahogany. Sea Vista down the middle of the course, and in Darker, these are the two cutting out the speed. Eddie the Mover's about 5 off the inside. Geronimo McCartney, Give Me a Rainbow towards the outside. Then comes All Around the World inside the final 400. Now on the inside, Eddie the Mover and McCartney start to run on. Sea Vista the outside. Anybody's race coming to the 200. On the outside, Sea Vista, and Darker's trying to fight on. McCartney the inside. Sea Vista's going great guns though the last 100. And Brevin Plaatjes and Sea Vista to win it. And Darker second, McCartney and Senor Garcia. A big moment for the apprentice here. Well done to Brevin Plaatjes. Well, it's his first winning ride. Number 12, Sea Vista, a horse with form for the Michael Roberts camp, and just kept plugging away down the middle of the course for a host of connections. Well done to all. Sea Vista, the Canford Cliffs, gets the victory. And Darker, McCartney, Senor Garcia. Northern Warrior, Give Me a Rainbow, Eddie the Mover. In a big field, Sea Vista was 3 off the right-hand side, and Darker comes back for a bit more. McCartney, Eddie the Mover the inside, but there you'll see the apprentice just showing this on the stick the last 100 metres, and he'll be beaming with delight as they go past the post, and it'll be lovely to listen to the post-race interview, which will make his dreams come true. From myself, Sheldon Peters, back to the studio.